Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Real Estate Future Summit 2025. My name is Daniel Tete, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to this iconic program concerning the real estate sector in Ghana. This is a program brought to you by the auspices of Intim Group in partnership with the Global Startup Ecosystem and the Ghana Tech Summit. It's my pleasure to welcome you once again to this iconic program. We are back in the third year for this Real Estate Future Summit, and we're excited to announce the lineup of speakers for today's session. And we are also excited and grateful to all our partners over the years and all the speakers that have come for the workshop series this year. And we are glad to welcome some of them back to the iconic Real Estate Future Summit. To kick things off, I would invite our CEO in the person of Christine Tim, the CEO of the Global Startup Ecosystem, to give her keynote address. Welcome, Christine.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for kicking this off, Stan. I'll take it from here.
All right.
All right. So I want to give a warm welcome to everyone to the third annual Real Estate Future Summit. Thank you so much for joining us on this live, lovely day as we kick off our annual conversation that I know will add value, reshift perspective, and hopefully motivate you and inspire you to take action on this tremendous opportunity that's right before you when it comes to this industry sector. It's an industry that everyone of any economy in any country around the world talks about, which is real estate. And we're going to talk about the future of real estate at this summit. So thank you so much for joining us for this conversation. Now, I want to also give a warm welcome to all the speakers, partners, and stakeholders who are gathered today to have this conversation with us. We could not have done this without any one of you. So thank you so much for joining. You'll be hearing more of them later on today, throughout the day, when it comes to what they've been doing in the industry, what trends they're seeing, who they're working with, and any suggestions and insights and strategies that you could capitalize on as well as one of our delegates for today's summit. So my name is Christine Tim. I'm the CEO of the Global Startup Ecosystem. I run multiple companies in my portfolio, and I'm so excited to be here on behalf of Intim Group to share with you some strategies and insights of what we learned over the years of hosting not only this iconic summit, but contributing to the real estate sector in Ghana to provide insights and gathering stakeholders on a regular basis. I'll kick off by saying that we did not start off as an annual summit. We started off by really providing workshop conversations to really get people to understand and have more transparency around the real estate sector in Ghana and across the African continent. Many of you are probably aware if there's any OGs on this session who's been a part of the very first webinar session that kicked off in 2023, where we simply asked the question, if we provided more transparency around the real estate sector, can we get more diasporans to not only invest in Ghana, invest in Africa, but do it in a way that's strategic, that's sustainable, but more importantly, more inspiring to get others to invest in the real estate sector, knowing that many other case studies around the world have transformed economies. When you think about the Dubai real estate sector and what is done for that economy, can we also kick off the sector here across the continent? That series online turned into a live in-person workshop series where we gathered several different influencers from across the country every single month throughout the year of 2023. It was meant to be a pilot conversation. It did so well. We went into 2024 and continue the workshop series every single month. And again, this year, we're pleased to say for the third year in a row, we have hosted close to 36 workshop sessions every single month, bringing stakeholders together to provide insights to help you first understand the real estate market, two, take action on the opportunities, and three, inspire others to do the same. Okay. Now, of course, with the success of these workshop series, we have the annual gathering that started since 2023 called the Real Estate Future Summit, which kicked off with several iconic speakers. in that year. We continue into last year, 2024. And thank you so much for all the speakers who are part of this timely tradition of the 2025 edition. So we have come a long way as a platform, as a community, really starting with, again, the genesis of creating transparency around the sector with a basic conversation. How do we introduce people to real estate wealth opportunities, both in Ghana and across the continent, targeting diaspora communities, because we know the diaspora have invested into African countries through remittances, through workshops, through talent capital, reducing brain drain in so many different ways. We have seen diasporas go back in droves across the continent to inspire their families, to inspire the communities, and really give back to the economic sector in general. But what we're seeing is that it's no longer more of an impact opportunity. It's really more so an investment opportunity. And we understand that many of these markets don't have the right data, the right insight information that's available to the public. So the biggest value proposition that we have provided the market over the past 3 years through our 36 workshops, 3 annual summits, and through our consistent partnerships and collaborates with other influencers in the network is providing transparency, clarity, and real information around the trends and opportunities within the real estate sector in Ghana and across the African continent. And we're really proud of that. So I want to conclude with 3 strategic steps I hope that all of you take into as you listen to the speakers that will be coming on live each moment through panels, keynotes, workshops, fireside chats throughout the day. Is 3 basic things I want you guys to remember to conclude. First, why Ghana? Now, Africa has 54 different nations. Why is Ghana a prime opportunity across the African continent for many diasporans to look into? Well, the most obvious one is Ghana was one of the first countries on the African continent to actually welcome its diasporans back home. This was called the Year of Return in 2019. And this not only became a movement, it not only went viral, where thousands, actually millions, came into Ghana that year for the Year of Return. And ever since then, that momentum has continued to go strong to the point that Ghana became a case study where other African nations were turning to Ghana for insights to share how they were able to build a campaign and a movement around getting diasporans activated back on the continent. So we had multiple other countries announce their return home journeys for the diasporans as well. So Ghana has truly pioneered this conversation. And second, Ghana also is a prime real estate investment property area, right? Many people are investing in Ghana because there's really transparency in the market. Yes, there's still a lot of challenges. We're not saying it's all bells and whistles and all roses. However, when you look at in comparison across the continent, it is really known for driving real opportunities for those who invest in the country. So that's the first thing to think of, why Ghana and why this is a great opportunity for many of you to invest. Second, why now? The trend is just on the up and up. Many of you probably have shared or heard stories of people who regret not investing in the real estate sector, not just 10 years ago or 5 years ago, some as early as 6 months ago. The market is moving so fast in 2 ways. One, a lot of people look at the global rise of influence and interest in the Ghana real estate sector, but a lot of other people don't realize it's also domestic demand. Right now, the population growth across Ghana is crazy. Right now, 1 in 4 people in the world by 2030 will be of African descent. The youngest working population in the world will come from the African continent. So obviously, with demographics like that, with population surges like that, places like Ghana has a working population that needs places to sleep. Right. And so there is actually a shortage domestically of affordable housing. So from an internal and domestic standpoint, Ghana needs to keep up and really increase the amount of real estate that's available to the domestic workforce that is growing at an exponential way. Compound that with a movement that kicked off in 2019, where you have a huge, massive load of diasporans reconnecting back to their roots, reconnecting back to their homeland, reconnecting back to Africa as a continent, and coming back not only just to connect and have an experience, but to connect and leave a legacy by investing in real estate. You're seeing a massive push towards investments among the diaspora community. And then to add to another layer to that, globally, commercially, Ghana is becoming a hub for a lot of innovation, whether there's the AI announcement that you saw happen with Dubai a couple months ago, where people are investing in industry disruption. You have legacy brands like Golden Key Properties, who's been around for close to 30 years plus, who are partnering with mega corporate institutional networks to relocate to Ghana. There's so much happening in terms of real estate trends and movements and opportunity, specifically right now, that's making more and more people realize that this is truly a very sustainable and powerful way to invest and grow your wealth. So that's the reason why now. And last but not least, why build a network? I cannot stress this enough. No matter how far advanced Ghana, Africa will become, we are still a nation of people, and we are still a nation that require and capitalize and balance and grow with people. You need to have a network. You need to have relationship. This is still a relationship-driven economy. With that said, one of the biggest transparency that we provided to a lot of stakeholders in our programs is sharing with them the real estate ecosystem players that they need to be aware of. Where there's the 10 stakeholders that many of you should be aware of, that includes the real estate agent, the bankers, the lawyers, the brokers, the developers, the institutional frameworks around the real estate industry in Ghana, the government, such as the Lands Commission, court, regulators like Minister of Works and Housing, organizations like the Ghana Real Estate Professional Association, which is standardizing real estate licensing across the country, government authorities, development crews like masons, carpenters, welders, and tilers and plumbers. What you're finding is that we're seeing more and more stakeholders become more transparent, become more thought-led, sharing their stories, sharing their visions. I mean, I think I see a video all the time on Instagram, TikTok, or Facebook, where these players are becoming more vocal and by default becoming more visible. So there was a moment when we started doing this real estate series as a workshop. We are providing visibility to people that people were not seeing, right? Now it's common knowledge that a lot of these players are becoming more visible across multiple industry sectors right now. So with that said, we want to make sure that you are engaging and meeting with many of these ecosystem players. Heck, some of you might be closing deals by the end of today's summit, because some of these stakeholders are speakers and partners on the summit today. But the point is that we want to reinforce that with this relationship-driven economy, that this is the opportunity for you to now figure out and find out who are the people behind this movement that's happening in Ghana and across the continent as we speak. So with that said, I want to thank our partners for making this happen, including the Intim Group, Ghana Tech Summit, and the Global Startup Ecosystem, because as we continue to elaborate and grow our portfolio and provide more support and resources to add more transparency and inspire the next generation of investors to really capitalize on this movement, we want to share with you that this is something that's really deeply personal to us. I would end by saying that for me personally, many people don't know that I'm involved in the real estate industry because I don't really vocalize it a lot, right? This is something that I do as a pastime. I've done construction revamps to our own properties across the country. I've supported people who have tried to invest in the continent. And so this is something that's been really a real personal journey for me personally. I've built multiple houses from scratch, from the ground up. I've dealt with municipalities of different regions across the country. So it's really been a personal journey for me that's become now an industry journey where I want to make sure that more and more people are able to have an easier transition into investing in real estate in Ghana. And as someone who has taken this personal journey on a global and from a professional standpoint, I'm a global speaker and a serial entrepreneur who truly, really likes to drive transparency and opportunity to the masses. And this is something that's been extremely, extremely exciting to use my voice to vocalize and really help people visualize the opportunity that's before them. Because I've spoken at over 300 conferences around the world in the past decade, and I speak more so on tech and entrepreneurship. But what I found that tech is also disrupting industries like real estate. We've seen AI disrupting the real estate sector. We see automations happening in the sector, even in Ghana as well. And so speaking and adding clarity and visibility to this conversation is a very, very personal one for me in general. So with that said, GSC will continue to provide value. This is a summit that's a part of the grand GSC global portfolio of summits and initiatives that we do around the world. We have about 60 plus portfolio of brands that's in the market, supporting within different industry sectors around the world, and we'll continue to inspire you with more information as we go along. But in the end, this is your opportunity. I know 2025 was a crazy year for many people. The world is moving very fast. And AI is disrupting almost every single industry, every single nook and cranny of human existence. So, what you should be looking forward to as we look into 2026, one, look for the stakeholders who are giving feedback and transparency around the trends and opportunities that is happening right now in this industry. Two, make sure to ask the bold questions that you do not hear other people asking. Many of you are on the summit for this reason. Please be sure to ask speakers questions, ask stakeholders questions, so you can gain clarity on your strategic next steps to capitalize on this movement. And three, do it with your heart. Many of you, this is more than an investment decision. This is also a legacy-driven decision. So I pray that many of you will find opportunities that will suit not only you and your family, but also the communities that you serve. So with that, thank you so much for being a part of the 3rd Annual Real Estate Future Summit. I look forward to seeing many of you either through our workshops, programs, and future aspiration programs. And of course, a huge shout out to all our speakers and grand partners and stakeholders who made this possible, to all of you for this 3rd annual edition. Thank you so much, everyone, and have a pleasant experience at the Real Estate Future Summit. Over and out, everyone.
It's an opportunity for you to learn about the opportunities within the real estate sector, and it's brought to you by the Global Startup Ecosystem, Interim Group, and the Ghana Tech Summit.
People think that real estate or owning a property is just for those who are rich or the wealthy, or let me say the first class. So far as you have made up your mind that you want to own a piece of the earth or own a property, it's a gradual step. I always say the best investment now, if you have liquid investment, try get the land also. For land, it's up to you, but property like a house, an office place, it depreciates.
The land administration system is very complex in Ghana here, but it all boils down to the fact that you need to pay attention. When you want to buy a land from anyone, the first point of view is where are you buying the land from, your location. Then you now have to do your due diligence to understand who owns the land beyond the document or the site plans that have been given to you by the owner. What then you have to go behind that person and then do your research.
We just keep saying that materials are expensive, but we don't really look at exactly how is this affecting us.
Let's not allow the money to lead us, but let the competence that we have, the service that we provide, speak for us.
Educate yourself. Learn as much as you possibly can about real estate investment in Ghana, if that's your goal. Grow where you are planted. Real estate is about leaving a legacy for those who come after us.
Financial modeling is big. It's not 1 + 1, and it's not something you sit on a spreadsheet and do.
You don't have to start big. You just have to start small. You just have to start gradually.
When you don't have access to the right information, fear and doubt can set in, or maybe you're listening to the stories of others who are not successful. If you're not very strong in that resolve, maybe you won't last.
Before the coming force of the Real Estate Agency Act, the industry was like a city without a wall. Anyone can just come in, practice as a broker or an agent, and just go away. They have nothing to lose. You can't trace them.
In order to be a professional, there are certain things that you don't have to do. If we decide, we are professional, then we still go, because the easier thing to do is not to be professional enough and do some of these things, because you'd gain more. But then in the long run, you are losing, because when the system becomes so bad, we all lose in the long run. So even though it might not necessarily affect you in the short run, it will affect you in the long run.
Some of the factors that constitute pricing of properties is that one is we look at the location, the closeness to certain amenities, and then we also look at what is inside a property.
So welcome back, and the real estate workshops and forums over the past few months and years have been quite educational, and we are thankful to all the speakers that have joined us over the years for this ensuring their thought leadership throughout its inception. From in-person workshops to virtual workshops and seminars, we've had various major players within the industry to share their thought leadership with us and take us through some much needed knowledge that we need. 2024 too, we came up with another lineup of speakers, and then also with the wealth planning workshop as well that was spearheaded by our CEO Christine and Tim. The speakers all came on to share. We've had architects, we've had real estate agents, we've had surveyors all come on to share their thought leadership with us over the years. And it's been a gradual process of learning. For those of that have joined for the in-person and then the virtual sessions, you could tell that there was something to take away from each and every session that we did have. And some of these speakers are returning for the summit to give their final takeaways for the year, to give a final wrap up and give a big closing to wrap up the year of this real estate sector. So from 2023 down to 2024 and 2025, we've had an exciting lineup of speakers. I mean, amazing. Just imagine from 2023, 2024, and 2025, every month coming your way with workshops, seminars, and webinars to all about real estate, the investment that has been going on, and areas of opportunities for investment, and also where you could learn. For those that want to into the sector as well, it's important for you to join these workshops as well. In the chat feed as you are here, kindly share with us where you are joining in from, and we'll be able to engage with you. You know, our sessions are quite engaging throughout the course of the program. So if you do have any questions when our speakers are speaking, you could also share them with us. We've just heard from our CEO and the first keynote for the day. We'll be taking you through the agenda as well. But I want to say a big thank you to all the speakers that have come on throughout the workshop series. You've been amazing. We thank you for your time and your thought leadership over the years. We also thank you for availing yourself and also teaching us the needed things that we need to know for the workshop series. We also thank all our speakers that have made it for the Future Summit, for the very first Real Estate Future Summit in 2023, where we had amazing speakers come on to share their thought leadership. Global speakers as well all came in to share their thought leadership. We will have some return speakers, and we'll also have introduced the new speakers for this year as well. So we look forward to welcoming them. 2024 as well, the second edition of the Real Estate Future Summit, we had amazing speakers, global speakers, all joining us to share their thought leadership and also give their key insights and also highlights of the real estate sector that year. And that brings us to this year. So we just heard from Christine Team for the first keynote, and this program is structured in a way that we have keynotes and then panel sessions to digest certain topics that we feel are much needed. As we go on, we'll be introducing each of these speakers throughout the course of the program. You are welcome to the Real Estate Futures Workshop for 2025 and the Future Summit as well, to take us through this iconic programming. We'll be welcoming our first speaker, but before that, we'll take a brief recap on the summit or the workshops over the course of 2025. We'll see what our speakers talked about. It's an opportunity for you to learn about the opportunities within the real estate sector, and it's brought to you by the Global Startup Ecosystem, Intim Group, and the Ghana Tech Summit.
People think that real estate or owning a property is just for those who are rich or the wealthy, or let me say the first class. So far as you have made up your mind that you want to own a piece of the earth or own a property, it's a gradual step. I always say the best investment now, if you have liquid investments. Try get the land also. For land, it's up to you, but property like a house, an office place, it depreciates.
The land administration system is very complex in Ghana here, but it all boils down to the fact that you need to pay attention. Where you want to buy a land from anyone, the first point of view is where are you buying the land from, your location. Then you now have to do your due diligence to understand who owns the land beyond the document or the site plans that have been given to you by the owner. What then you have to go behind that person and then do your research.
We just keep saying that materials are expensive, but we don't really look at exactly how is this affecting us.
Let's not allow the money to lead us, but let the competence that we have, the service that we provide, speak for us.
Educate yourself. Learn as much as you possibly can about real estate investment in Ghana, if that's your goal. Grow where you are planted. Real estate is about leaving a legacy for those who come after us.
Financial modeling is big. It's not 1+1, and it's not something you sit on a spreadsheet and do.
You don't have to start big. You just have to start small. You just have to start gradually.
When you don't have access to the right information, fear and doubt can set in, or maybe you're listening to the stories of others who are not successful. If you're not very strong in that resolve, maybe you won't last.
Before the coming force of the Real Estate Agency Act, the industry was like a city without a wall. Anyone can just come in, practice as a broker or an agent, and just go away. They have nothing to lose. You can't trace them.
In order to be a professional, there are certain things that you don't have to do. If we decide, oh, we are professional, then we still go, because the easier thing to do is not to be professional enough and do some of these things, because you'd gain more. But then in the long run, you are losing, because when the system becomes so bad, we all lose in the long run. So even though it might not necessarily affect you in the short run, it will affect you in the long run.
Some of the factors that constitute pricing of properties is that one is we look at the location, the closeness to certain amenities, and then we also look at what is inside a property.
Okay, welcome back. Welcome back to the Real Estate Future Summit 2025. Now, the speakers that have come on, some of you have seen before, I've engaged with them for one session or another, and they have come back to in this culminating Future Summit for 2025. And it's a pleasure to welcome them all. We'll be hearing from our second keynote in the person of Dr. Atiase very soon, where she will also be sharing some thought leadership from her experience within the real estate industry over the course of the years. Then we'll also be hearing from some panelists. We have a very nice panel session that comes after the keynote session that includes some amazing female leaders within the real estate sector. It's my pleasure to welcome them to the stage as well. We'll be transitioning to our very first keynote, and Dr. Hannah will be joining us shortly. I can see her backstage, and I'll be introducing her soon. We've had our first keynote, and then we also have our second keynote. The keynotes after following the keynote, we'll have our first panel on women shaping Ghana's real estate industry, which will have some amazing thought leaders, women strong leaders within the real estate sector. Then we'll have the second panel, which is on the theme, the future of Ghana's real estate market, trends, challenges, and policy direction. Then the third panel will be themed on building for the future, integrating design, land integrity, and smart finance for sustainable real estate development. Then we'll have a keynote by Elizabeth Ashon as well as Benjamin Achiman, and wrap up for the day. So without wasting my time, I'll be queuing in to welcome Dr. Hannah Atiase, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Ewell's Realty and Consultancy, to give us her keynote address. Welcome, Dr. Hannah Atiase. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the Real Estate Future and back to this stage as well.
Hi.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Hope you can hear me loud and clear.
Good.
Yeah, I think.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yes, I can hear you now. Okay, so I'll leave the stage for you to kick on with your keynotes. Welcome once again.
Okay, great. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here today. I hope everybody can hear me loud and clear. I'm going to go ahead and get started with my presentation. So I'm going to talk about building generational wealth through real estate in Ghana. In fact, I have a book out that is about building generational wealth through real estate in Ghana. The book can be found at the office right here at Ewell's Realty and also on Amazon.com. So I encourage you to purchase the book. Today, I'm going to talk for a few minutes, but of course, the book is fully loaded with all the information. All right, next slide, please. So I'm going to talk about generational wealth. You know, there's a difference between being wealthy versus being rich. Wealth is, please go back to the introduction. Wealth is really about, thank you. Wealth is really about being able to pass it on from generation to generation, whereas rich usually does not transcend to the next generation. So if you're rich, it probably just is you enjoying that. Please go back to the introduction. I'll let you know when to turn it to the next slide, please. Please go back. All right, thank you. So that's generational wealth. And then I want to talk about real estate in Ghana. It's a dependable wealth building vehicle. And I'm going to give you some nuggets there as well. Right now, you know, we are really expanding. There is opportunities in urbanization, rising land values because of the development and infrastructure, etc. And there's also a growing commercial activity. A lot of businesses are looking for opportunities right here in Ghana with the discovery of, you know, the oil in the previous years and a lot of natural resources here. Well, next slide, please. All right, so what is generational wealth? As I mentioned earlier, it's when assets are being passed down from children to grandchildren and their children. So your wealth transcends from generation to generation. And one thing I love seeing is how wealth goes from their great-great-grandfathers who maybe bought land or bought properties and they've passed it on from generation to generation. It's just stayed in the family lineage and they're all reaping the harvest of the benefits from that initial person who essentially broke that curse of poverty through real estate acquisition. So land and real estate, you know, it's stable, it's constantly appreciating. I mean, no matter where you buy land today, this time next year, you'll see that it's appreciated. Okay, so the benefits during the lifetime and after inheritance is so key, right? And that is what we reference to generational wealth. You enjoyed and your children enjoyed in their lifetime. I mean, this is generational wealth. Next slide, please. Thank you. Next slide, please. Thanks. Awesome. So why real estate is the best wealth builder? First of all, appreciation. This is so important. Appreciation. Especially in Accra. You know, Accra is getting really crowded now. People are moving towards the outskirts. People are moving to other regions. A lot of migration. Accra, Kumasi, Takoradi, and even in Cape Coast, Elmina, you are seeing more people move out into these areas, and the demand for land, for accommodation, is actually getting higher. So when the demand gets higher, that's when you begin to see appreciation increasing as well. Okay, and generates recurring income. All right, we're talking about the best wealth builders. So appreciation is one, and then generating recurring income. That happens through rentals, leases, and partnerships. Okay, so what do we mean by this? So for example, right now, particularly in Accra, because we've seen such a surge in tourism. I mean, before the year of return, before 2019, Ghana was only experiencing about 300 and it looks like, okay, great. And now you actually are seeing 1.24 million and growing visitors coming to Ghana. And what do these visitors want? They want accommodation. They're looking for short-term rentals. They're looking for Airbnbs. So you're seeing a demand and increase for rentals. More business opportunities coming to Ghana. So there's going to be an increase in demand for commercial leases as well. Okay. And wealth building, it's transferable. I mean, you know, it longer be in fashion, quote unquote. So it won't be transferable. Whereas property is always going to be in fashion, folks, all the time. It is transferable. And, you know, one of the things I heard some quoting is that, you know, real estate is incredible. You can't live in bonds. You can't live in mutual funds or stocks, right? But you can live in this asset that is appreciating and increasing in value, and it's transferable. You pass it on from generation to generation. Here is a dollar-backed entity. It is a hedge against inflation. So values and income increase over time. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. All right, thank you. So the Ghana advantage, as I mentioned, there's a growing population and there is still a housing deficit. You know, it fluctuates from 1.8 to about 2 million, right? And there's rapid urbanization, as I mentioned earlier. There's a high demand for housing and mixed use spaces as you are getting more entrepreneurs. And we have a rising youth population as well. And a lot of youth are moving into entrepreneurship, venturing out into those spaces. You have young professionals that are also looking for housing and mixed use spaces. And I mentioned the tourism, the hospitality. There is a shortage of hotels in Ghana. And then and small, medium enterprises, there's a growth in that area as well. So this is the advantage we see here in Ghana. And then, of course, you have the government support with the National Housing Fund. You have mortgages from the various banks. And then also developers are getting creative with payment plans, developer-backed mortgages, their pension-backed mortgages, and also with the land reform, with the digitalization through Lands Commission, with the Real Estate Agency Council regulation, and all that sort of stuff. So all this adds to the advantage of investing in the Ghanaian real estate landscape. Next slide, please. Key real estate wealth paths. So there are four major wealth building routes I want to talk about in Ghana. The first one is land banking, to just buy land, just acquire land in strategic places. I always say don't be an emotional buyer, but be a strategic buyer with an investment mindset. Where do I want to begin purchasing property. All right. So residential rentals and Airbnb, especially in prime areas where there is a demand for that. And then I talked about commercial real estate with a lot. A lot of people want to live remote. They work remotely, so they have an office space in the same building as they live. Speaking right now, a property building, 2 units, and then selling it at completion. So what people are doing is they're coming in, purchasing it, and then the project takes appreciation, and then you resell it at that point, which is known as flipping. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, land banking. So the key thing is to buy affordable land in high growth areas. You want to do your research. You want to find out what type of development is coming into that area. In terms of infrastructure, are they going to be doing the roads in that area? Are they bringing factories to that area? What is coming to that area that is going to cause people to land in that area and the prices go up? Okay. You typically want to hold for about 3 to 10 years for high appreciation. All right. And it works because land is finite, right? Right. So there's always a rising demand until that point. High growth areas, Poquassee, Shy Hills, Dodowa, Pram, Cape Coast, Gomoafeta, Elmina. These are all areas where I would encourage you to purchase land and wait. Buy land and wait. Those just because of the projected migration, because of the development coming to those areas, because of the infrastructure expansion in those areas, okay? And the benefits of land banking, it's low cost, minimal maintenance, and it's easy to pass on. Once you've done your due diligence, you're working with a legal entity, and yes, we encourage due diligence, right? Working with the legal entity, and then you can place these in a trust for your family, place it in a will, etc., so that easily doesn't have to stay in the probate courts and then you go through all this court battle, right? So these are the key things to bear in mind when it comes to land banking. Next slide, please. All right, residential rentals and short-term stays. So residential rentals, they offer stable monthly. So typically, if you have a studio 1 or 2 bed in these prime areas, especially like this peak season, we have a lot of events happening in the December in Ghana schedule. I believe there are over 178 events. People come from all over the world to participate in the Dirty December events. Okay, so that brings in stable income. A lot of the units are booked from December, January, and sometimes even up until February. So there is a high demand for business and about the nightlife, but there are a lot of business conferences like the Diaspora Investment Summit coming up, where they're giving a visa free for Africans and those of African descent. So that means there's going to be an influx of people coming in, and all those people are going to need places to stay. Okay. So these are high demand for workers, young professionals, and families. They're the ones typically looking for rentals, residential rentals, okay? And so what is ideal is usually apartments, self-compounds, gated communities, depending on whether it's a business and leisure guest, whether it's family coming into town. These are the ones that are in high demand for rentals. All right, next slide, please. Thank you. So short-term rentals, Airbnb, they offer higher rate at the current market rate. So for example, $80, $100 a night, but during peak time like this season, it could go up to $150 to $180 a night. Okay, so now you're getting higher returns than the long-term rentals that are pretty much locked in at the same rate for a lengthy period of time, whether it's a year, 2 years, etc. Okay, so it's popular among tourists, business travelers, and those in the diaspora who are visiting for either historic or cultural reasons. The key areas for these short-term rentals, places like East Legon, Airport Residential, Ridge, Osu, Labone, Cantonments, Kumasi, and even Cape Coast. So for those of you who are interested in investment opportunities, I'll encourage you to contact Ewell's Realty salesperson, and they can assist you and give you investment advisory services. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, commercial real estate. So shops, warehouses. Warehouses are huge now. A lot of people are looking for warehouses to store a lot of commodities because of all the, cash crops, the natural resources. They need warehouses close to the Tema port to store them before they ship them, okay, for export. So offices for all the businesses coming in, retail centers, a lot of people are now having a lot of goods that they're marketing, they're selling. Even though they're e-commerce platforms, they still have the traditional retail centers as well, the capital to go out there and purchase or rent out office space long-term. They prefer the co-working spaces. So that's becoming super popular with young startups or young entrepreneurs. All right, so the benefits of this is long leases, 5 to 30 years. You're purchasing this commercial building or you have some commercial space. Long-term leases is usually what you get because businesses don't want to just rent out for a year or two, because once you establish a particular vicinity, you want your clients to know where you are. You can't have clients following you all over. Today you're here, tomorrow you're there, etc. So there is that sense of stability that's important for commercial individual. So this is very good for those of you who are interested in investing in the commercial space. Higher rental yields, low maintenance. A lot of times with commercial spaces, because because they, especially the businesses that have stability, they have long-term clients, and they've been in the market for a while. They want to make sure that they continue to be visible in that location for their clients. All right. And they're accessible via partnerships for smaller investors as well. Okay, next slide. Next slide, please. All right, so we're just talking about the real estate in Ghana. So property development and flipping. So one of the key things is to buy distressed properties. Sometimes you'll see properties with motivated sellers, or maybe they weren't able to complete it. So these are what we call distressed properties. You can come buy it at wholesale value or below market value, renovate it, and then sell it for a profit. Or you can build, when we say build from scratch, you are building from the ground up. And then you can sell it, because typically it may, if you're building a project, a bigger project, it may take 12, 24 months. But the way properties are appreciating, conservatively speaking, about 30% a year. I mean, this time next year, it's a 30% appreciation. So you can lease it for a period. That is that you have high short-term profits, and then you have a scalable business model, right? Because now you can reinvest some of those profits into another thing. And then it creates equity for reinvestment. So you can always pull out the equity and reinvest that in maybe another business or another project as well. So that itself, creating wealth is through real estate and also through business involvement opportunities as well. So that now, as you are building and scaling up and passing it on to generation, the next generation, the next family lineage is involved in this scalable wealth building process. Next slide, please. So just a great way. So strategies for creating true generational wealth. You want to acquire assets, not liabilities, okay? You want to hold long-term so that you see exponential growth. If you're appreciating 30% a year, you look at the compounded interest there. You want to diversify to mitigate the risk as much as possible. Buy land, so have a portfolio where you have land, residential, commercial, and even industrial, which is warehouses. It's crowdfunding, that's leveraging off of each other's buying power to purchase. Use mortgages as well. Protect assets, so have your will, your trust, your proper documentation. All right, and then teach your children real estate principles. The worst thing is to acquire all this real estate, pass it down to the next generation, and they don't know how to scale up or sustain it or increase it. All right, next slide, please. We're wrapping up now. Common mistakes to avoid: buying without due diligence. Please make sure you do that. Don't ignore land litigation issues. Don't build without a plan or a budget. You don't want to get stuck on a project. Don't neglect tenant management. Make sure you have that in place so that your property is not left empty. Make sure you don't fail to register your property properly at Lands Commission. Don't ignore maintenance costs, okay? That helps you increase the equity in your property. It increases in value. And make sure you plan your inheritance. Next slide, please. We're wrapping up now, coming towards the final stretch. Next slide, please. The legacy mindset: focus on consistency, patience, and planning, okay? Real estate ensures that, and children inherit your assets, not debt. Make sure that that is what your real estate does for you. Family enjoys long-term rental income. I know families that are enjoying properties that their great-grandma, grandpa left for them, okay? Real estate ensures stability, dignity. You're not homeless, and opportunity for future generations. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. All right, so In conclusion, real estate is safe, rewarding, a wealth builder. Okay, look at land, rentals, commercial development, so you can get income, you can enjoy the appreciation value. Make sure you have proper planning that transforms families' financial story. Be the generational curse breaker. Okay, generational wealth starts with you, with your first property. Let me say that again. Generational wealth starts with your first property, and the best time to start is now. Next slide, please. So it's all about building generational wealth through real estate in Ghana, one house at a time. Thank you all so much for your time. Please make sure you purchase my book, Building Generational Wealth Through Real Estate in Ghana, 5 Park Street. Please make sure you follow me on Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn. And thank you all so much for your time. I appreciate it. Have a wonderful day.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Hanan. We really appreciate you for your presentation. And just as Dr. Hanan said, you can follow her on all social media pages. LinkedIn, I think she's more active on LinkedIn, but she's as well active on other social media platform as well. Okay. So we move on to our next, the next on the agenda. We have our panel. Yes, women shaping Ghana's real estate industry. And on this panel, we have Yaba, we have Beatrice, we have Yaba, who is the co-founder and CEO of Ghana Bond Brokerage, and then Beatrice founder and CEO of Ansan Realty, and then we have Gifty as well, sales and marketing supervisor, Property Express Group, and leads at Property Africa, and then we have Ruth, also property manager at Z Homes as well. So at this point, I'll not talk much. I'll leave it for them to do their own thing when they come on stage, and then they'll tell you more about themselves once they are on. Okay. Okay. All right. Welcome, Ruth.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, I can hear you. Okay, so
all right. Yeah, thank you
I
so
just have
much,
to leave this
me.
for you to do your own thing whilst you welcome your panelists as well.
All right. Thank you so much. So good evening, everyone, and thanks for joining us. My name is Ruth Abopoka, and today I'm guiding today's discussion as we dive into women in the real estate industry, or how we are shaping the real estate industry. We have incredible panel with us today. We have Yaba, we have Beatrice, we have Gifty. And then we are hoping that we give you insights into how women are shaping the industry. Even though it's not said that much, but women are really shaping the real estate industry. And those are, yes, people that we are seeing. These are just proof of the fact that, yes, women are really shaping the industry as well. So this session will be conversational. They're going to share their experience. They're going to share facts, and then they're going to share nuggets that you can send away. I have my book here, so I'm hoping that you also have your book. You have your jotters, you have a pen, jot something down. You learn something new today. So not much I do. I invite, I welcome on my panel. I welcome everyone, and then we'll go straight ahead. So to my panel, I'll start with Gifty since I'll tell you first. Kindly do a brief introduction about yourself, who you are, and what your role is in the real estate industry as a whole.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Getty Njua Ochre. I work as a sales and marketing supervisor at Property Express Group. And then I'm the project lead for Property Afrique. So Property Afrique is a digital listing platform. I should say fast growing now. So we connect renters, buyers, landlords to get access to verified listings. And then also, if you've heard of industry events like Ghana Property Awards, like the African Sustainability Concert and African Housing Show, which seeks to build on sustainability between the diaspora and then the African countries, then you will definitely know that I'm also there. I drive sales for such initiatives. So I'm so passionate about conversations as these, and I'm passionate about young women stepping into the industry with clarity. You just don't fall into it. And so if there's any conversation about that, then you'll definitely see me there. And that is why you see me here. So that's a little bit about beauty. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. It's good to have you here. I would just go to Beatrice as well. A brief introduction about yourself and then what you do in the real estate industry.
Thank you, Ruth. Nice to meet you and Gifty. Hello, good afternoon to everyone. For those who are in Ghana, and good morning if you are not in Ghana. All right, so my name is Beatrice Obiri Norte. I go by Beatrice Norte on all platforms. I'm the founder and CEO of Ansar Realty, a full service real estate company that focuses on providing pretty much full services for real estate clients. And we focus mainly on buyer representation and then consulting for investors and new market entrant developers. I've been in the business for over half a decade. I've done about 15 million plus in sales, and my specialty mostly is in off-plan property. And so just very recently also, I've started working with ladies who are looking to get in the industry. And so I'm also excited about this conversation. And I hope to bring some insight and relevance to the conversation. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, ladies. So we just dive right in. So this goes to Gifty as well, but since Beatrice was the last to talk, I'll just hope you kick off with us. So you've built an impressive career in real estate, as you've mentioned, as you've been in the industry for half a decade, where women are usually not represented that much or underrepresented in the industry. From your experience, what is that one important skill that women tend to overlook whilst they're trying to build themselves in the industry, but it's needed if they want to grow as women in the real estate industry?
Was that mine? Okay. All right. Thank you. So
come again.
Was the question to me first? Well, let's go first of Gifty.
Oh, kindly go first.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So when I hear the conversation around women's representation in real estate, one of the things that I like to point out is that, contrary to what it seems, there are a lot of women in real estate, except that we don't have horizontal representation in terms of the value chain. While there are a lot of women in real estate, you find that most of us are stuck in a certain aspect of real estate. We are mostly found in the sales, in the marketing, we are found in the client-facing aspects of the business. And that's why people tend to say that we are not represented there. And even then in the sales marketing client facing ones, you find that the higher you go vertically, the numbers start to reduce as you go up there. And that, I think, it's a challenge that's not unique to real estate per se. So really representation is needed across board, across the value chain, from pre-construction. We're looking at architects, we need surveyors, we need people who are geophysicists, Then across you're looking at development as well. You find very few people. So in terms of development, you have women like Dr. Teresa Opombe of Manet. You have Madam Kiran Daswani, the Greens. We are quite underrepresented in those areas. So when I speak on these topics, some of the things I like to point out are the fact that we are represented in the business, except that we are more in the client-facing aspects, and perhaps the goal should rather be to find representation in other aspects as well. So to the question you asked on the one key thing that we overlook, I think that it's the ability to lead a family, the ability to lead family. Because, as women, we come in different ways. We come in our various diverse makeups. There are people who are women who are soft, nurtured, more homely. There are those who are more structured, more analytical, more disciplined, more dominant. While admittedly, all of us have a good balance of both traits in us. And of course, it's important always that as women come in structures, they see buildings and they see walls. We see security, we see legacy, right? But it's also important to always bring to the table that structuredness, the firmness that is needed to run your business, your role as a leader, run it as a business properly, so-called. Because that's what I find is the thing that sets the men apart from the women. They come in and they come in professionally, they come in firm, they come in running the business as a business properly, so-called. There's no leniency here or there because you know them or nothing like that. So I think that's the most important thing from my end.
Yeah, I think I lost you, but realized that you were done with your submission. Yeah, I think I heard bits of women are actually in the real estate industry, and it's just that as higher as we go, the numbers keep reducing. Thank you so much for that submission. So I'll go to you, Gifty. You're also doing well in Property Afrique and then Property Express Group. This is men that is needed for them to grow, but they often overlooked by them, or they think it's not needed and they are good with it.
Thank you so much for that question. Let me touch a bit on, I think Beatrice mentioned a lot, but I will touch a bit on sales and communication as the skills needed. So if you are within this industry, you're connecting people to opportunities, right? And if you cannot articulate your value, people will not know what you carry or what you have to give. So people say that I cannot talk, so I wouldn't be within the sales industry or I wouldn't be in marketing because it is for these people. Now, every day you market yourself, you create perception. In fact, if you do not create perception, people create perception for you, even before you speak. So why don't you intentionally do that to be able to connect people to opportunities, going to help you thrive, be able to communicate communicate, be articulate, let us understand, present value. I want to touch on this mindset. I get a bit passionate about it when I'm talking about it because I've seen that a lot of us have built walls as women when we are stepping into the industry, in the sense that you think you are a woman. So you step into the industry, everything should be given to you because you are a woman, or you should have things at your beck and call because you are a woman. It doesn't work that way. You should be ready to give value. If you're not ready to give value, people, in fact, this is business. People want you to sell and get their monies for them, and then you get whatever you have to get. Speaking from my perspective as a sales and marketing person. And so you do not come here to think that things should just be given to you because, one, you are a woman. And then also, two, one dangerous mindset I think I see, or I hear people portrayals speak about is there's some invisible somebody somewhere because you're a woman who wants you to fail because you're a woman. It is not like that. We do not live in isolation, and we don't work in isolation. We work with the other gender, if I should put it that way. So if you keep that kind of, or you build that kind of mindset, you build a wall around the way you think, you're unable to explore opportunities. You become defensive. If you become defensive in the industry, you cannot grow. We can't teach you for you to accept correction. And with this industry, you cannot know everything. We learn every day. As I'm interacting with Yaba, I'm interacting with Beatrice, I'm taking something home today. And so if you're not coming into the industry to learn and also to contribute to your quota, and then also to build something meaningful, then you cannot be within this industry because it is not that easy for you. It won't be given to you because you were a woman. So if we get out of that kind of mindset as women, we'll be able to thrive within the industry. I remember there was a time that I was given a task and then I tried to execute it and then it wasn't that good. Then I was corrected. I thought, they don't like me because I'm a woman. They don't want to give me this opportunity. I went to sit down, got it done rightly, and then I was applauded, right? So nobody somewhere sitting somewhere wants you to fail. It is not like that because you are a woman. So when you keep that out of your head, you'll be able to thrive. Communicate well, build yourself in the space of communication and sales, and you'll be okay. So that's a little bit I would want to touch on. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Gifty. And then at least with the parts where you mentioned that we shouldn't say because I'm a woman, certain things should be given to me. I think I actually resonate with that point a lot. And welcome, Yaba, welcome to the discussion as well.
Thank you
So
so much.
just fast forward, please introduce yourself. Yes, so introduce yourself, who you are, and then what you do in the industry. And then as well, just kick off with the question: what is that one skill that women need to grow? Need to grow in the industry, which is mostly overlooked from your point of view.
Sure. Thank you so much. I'm grateful to be here. I'm very excited for this conversation. So again, my name is Yaba Afologoche. So I am the co-founder and CEO of Ghana Bound Real Estate Brokerage. We are also one of the first to be licensed in Ghana with the Real Estate Agency Council. So very, very great question. So mindset is something that I'm a big believer in. So I love that Gifty also was heavily touching on that. One of the key things you have to focus on is your tenacity. This one, whether you're a woman or a man in this industry, you have to be tenacious. You have to not give up easily. Now, with the whole industry, you are dealing constantly with different people, challenging people, whether it is a lawyer, a surveyor, the buyer, the seller, and you have to accept in some cases that you have to just push through the process. Now, one of the things that I found was that in the early days of this industry, as a woman, I was getting very frustrated because things were not moving forward. I took it personally. There would be delays. Clients would say they would, continue a transaction and then they would disappear. And I just realized all I have to do is change my mindset. Don't give up easily. and I have to continually remind people to keep the process going. So my definite answer is tenacity.
All right. Short and powerful. Tenacity. Don't give up easily. Don't say because this deal doesn't go through. Yeah, you let everything slide. Push and then it will go through. Thank you so much for that. That's a mission. So back to you, Katie. Property management, as you all know, as a manager myself, we know that property management has evolved over the years. What was happening 10 years ago is not happening right now. First, property management wasn't a career path people would take because homeowners usually give it to their trusted people who are close to them to manage for them. But now there are systems, there are companies, and then there are digital tools that are helping with management of properties in Ghana now. What shift are you seeing in what tenants expect today, and then how do you see property management firms adjusting to that? And as well, whether it's service delivery, tenant management, or even the property management itself. What are some of the things you're seeing that are changing, and then how can it protect both the property value, and then the brand reputation?
Okay, thank you so much for that. What I have observed is operational excellence, right? Tenants expectations have shifted significantly. They expect that the moment they text you, they should have answers. People don't like it when you waste time these days. So if they need something from you, give them fast responses. You are transparent with the billing. You do not say that a room you've connected with somebody in the diaspora coming to get a property to maybe stay in because of December. It's December and they want to come here, and because they are from the diaspora, you want to bill them wrongly, or you want to charge them wrongly, right? So they are looking at people who are going to charge them right, transparent billing, energy efficient utilities. Now, if I come to stay in a property and then the bulbs don't work, the taps are not flowing, when that happens, I'm not coming again. And then also reliable services. I come and then the tap is not flowing. I call somebody and quickly there's somebody coming in to come and solve it. So, for example, there was one residential project we observed that they were implementing a WhatsApp business ticketing system, right? And then also they have digital receipts. The moment you schedule, you have your receipts, and then you are going, and now you do not come, and then the old ways where you have a paper, a receipt where you write on it or anything like that. You understand? Then I have my receipt, and then I'm going. And maintenance schedules. I don't have to call and call and call and call. Sometimes there are some systems where you can just send in a message and somebody is there to come and then solve it, right? And so maintenance scheduling is just simple. I think within 6 months of that particular how do I even put it? Within 6 months of using that particular platform, complaints dropped because there were a lot of complaints that we were getting, and then it dropped, and then tenant retention improved. Now people wanted to use our system. Let me even use Property Afrique, right? And so with Property Afrique, we verify those that come on, those who want to list with us. And so we know that with these people, their systems will work, or with these people, you can get their property, and then they'll be able to really take care of you, right? And so I think the mindset is to anticipate needs, being proactive as you take care of a property. That is, you do not wait for there to be issues before you tackle them. So as a property manager, you are always proactive. You do not wait for problems to occur, because when problems occur before you solve them, it has an effect on your reputation. People write reviews about it. And then also, whether you're managing properties or you're developing or anything like that, staying ahead and putting yourself in the tenant's shoes is very important, so that you'll be able to think ahead of it. And then when they come, they'll be able to enjoy your services. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Gifty. That be proactive, be empathetic, and then have reliable services as a property manager. Thank you so much for that submission. So back to Yaba and then Beatrice. This is for you. Since you are both in the space of sales and brokerage, what are the new tools or approaches that you are using to genuinely connect with those in the diaspora? Because there are people there who are interested in investing in real estate in Ghana here. So, and then what are you doing to connect with them and then make sure that they have reliable investment opportunities here in Ghana here? And how does what approach you are using now different from the traditional way of connecting with the diasporans? So any of you can go first. I think Yaba is unmuted, so maybe Yaba would go. Hello, Yaba, can you hear me? Okay, Beatrice, please, you can take it.
Okay, thanks for the question. So for us as Ansar Realty, beyond every other app that assists us to app or technology solution that assists us to connect with diaspora clients, I think the key and the game changer for us is Ray-Ban Meta glasses. So we have the Ray-Ban Meta glasses, which allows us to record videos, conduct live tours, among other things, for our clients. So when we have a request, the clients, even for clients who are in Ghana, they don't have to move, they don't have to come down here before they find the property or before they see the property. So we take our clients from a known location. For instance, we start at the airport or we start at a car mall, and then on our drive to the property and through the property, the client gets to see the property through our eyes, basically. So they are glasses. And so once I wear this, from the camera is right here. It's right here. There are two. So once I wear this, everything I see, you see that as well. And it's been a game changer for us. For instance, I have a client who just has put in a request recently, and she's mentioned that she was in Ghana last year to just feel out the place, see what Ghana is like before she decides to relocate. And she and her family are looking to relocate to Ghana now. However, she wants to come see next year, February, to do a physical viewing, and then they would now prepare to move back in August. Introducing this cuts down that whole process of coming down to Ghana to come and do a viewing of the properties before they even close. So this for us is the key thing. And then beyond that, it would be the other business strategies we put in place, like the due diligence, buyer representation, full representation for that matter.
All right. This is technology in play, yes, in play as connecting to the diaspora. So yeah, but I don't know if you had the question before you dropped. So would you mind I repeat the question, or
yes,
you got
please?
it?
That would be really helpful. Yes, go ahead.
All right. So as I was mentioning that as lead and sales and brokerage, what are the new tools or new approaches you are using to connect with the diaspora to make sure that the investment opportunities in Ghana here are reliable for them, and that how is it different with what approach or tool you are using now, different from what was done earlier or traditionally?
Okay, so there are a key number of things that we do, but one of the main things that we do is where we list, our properties. So we have our own website that we use, and then we have our own vetting system. So as a brokerage, before we take on any property, obviously it has to not just be, registered or have the paperwork in order. It needs to also be familiar and aesthetically pleasing and from a trusted developer. Now, historically, even us, but a lot of people in the industry were putting anything out on the market. And now we're really honing in on the type and the security of what property is. I know people think the Ghana real estate market is oversaturated. I have a very strong belief that it is not. There are not enough safe properties on the market. And the experience that people are having is very stressful. So as a company, we're focusing on improving the experience, which means we have to limit the properties that we are listing. One of the listing sites that we are using is called Acrels. Now, Acrels is designed for the diaspora, but it's mainly for African brokerages and African agents. And I say African, it's not just Ghana. So what it means is that agents and brokerages who are in the US, for now it's the US, but they're going to open up to other countries as well, can access the app. So the app then has properties listed by one broker or agent with one price. Okay, which means that Gifty, Beatrice, and me can't list the same property on there, different prices, offering different types of service. It's very streamlined. And what this does is not only does it make it more predictable, it instills trust. So it means that once the agent, who has to be verified and licensed, is able to put the verified property onto that listing site, it means that buyers and agents from the US have a lot of confidence to continue with that transaction.
All right, so I think I would buy the fact that you mentioning that the listing is by one person and then one specific price, which that
Ruth, I think we've lost you for a second.
involves big decisions. It involves money. So trust is everything, just like you said. So what concrete steps have you taken as well your organization to promote ethical practice and protect investors, just like the diasporans? And how do you think women in the industry can collectively raise professional standards across Ghana? Because most people think real estate is where people is the industry people are using to get money or are not ethically practicing what's supposed to be practiced. So what's your organization doing? And then how do you think women can collectively raise professional standards across Ghana? Yava could help us with that, since you were talking about trust earlier.
All right, sure thing. Can you hear me? I hope you can hear me. Yeah? Okay. So one of the biggest steps my company has taken, so as soon as we joined an association, which is the Ghana Association of Real Estate Brokers. That was really important to us because through that association, we also receive a lot of training, education, and then certification. And then after that, we made sure that we received our real estate license through the Real Estate Agency Council. So that in itself has meant that first of all, it means that we are accountable. Now, for anyone who's worked with any agents in, around Accra, around Ghana, who's unlicensed, unregistered, you know that it can be very wild and there's not really a level of accountability. So we have now made sure we are accountable. We're also one of the trusted partners of the Diaspora Office of the President. Once again, the main reason we did that was for accountability and to build trust. Now, as women in the industry, we play a huge part in any structure of society, but sanitizing the real estate space is key. Now, I remember one of the ladies, I think it was Beatrice, had said that women were often known for being at the front side of the transactions, maybe not necessarily in the governmental level, but that I think is changing as well. The deputy head of the Ministry of Housing and Water, it's a woman. Yeah, so things are changing across the industry where, in all honesty, as a woman myself personally, I have not at any point felt that it has limited me by being a woman. So any decisions I make as a CEO, any rooms I enter confidently because number one, I've positioned myself through education, training, and accountability, and I am positioned as someone who can educate others. So one thing I would say is any woman who wants to access this real estate space, give yourself the opportunity to learn and train with the professionals, and also do the thing yourself. Invest solo. Don't wait for that husband. Don't wait for your mother or your father to approve. If you have any means at all, collaborate with another person, with a friend, and then start. Make sure you use a contract even with your friend if you're going into business with them. But one of the things I would really advise women to do is practice investing in real estate. You can get lands as low as 15,000 cities. So now it's no longer about price, about opportunity. You can collaborate, start low, but start. And that will give you the confidence and the experience in this industry to then decide if you want to enter being a broker, a developer, a valuer, a surveyor, as someone high up in government to do with real estate. But start with experience. I think our host may have jumped out. But I'm sure she's going to ask you. Yeah, she's back.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. I think just as you mentioned, our host, we lost her a bit. But before she left, I've been backstage listening to the conversation, and thank you all for your the knowledge that you've shared so far. I've taken a lot, but then just as Yabas mentioned, if you're looking forward to join the real estate, you need to give yourself the opportunity to also learn from other people. We had only 2 minutes left, so I'll give you the opportunity to please to wrap up. What is one innovation, or whether a policy, technology, financial model, or partnership that could unlock the significant new value in Ghana's real estate sector over the next decade? To wrap up, can you, any of you can pick it up from there? Any of you can pick up. Beatrice, Gifty.
Could you just repeat yourself?
Yeah.
Could you come again?
Okay, I'm saying to wrap up. We are wrapping up. So I want to find out what is one innovation, whether it's a policy, technology, or financial model or partnership that you think could unlock the significant new value in Ghana's real estate sector.
Gifty, are you taking that?
Any of you can go.
Okay. All right. So I would say that one of the key things that we need to look at as an industry, and I believe this would rather apply more to policymakers and regulators than, as well as even practitioners, because we can start implementing these things at the developer level as well. I believe is regulating the development aspect of our business. Great thing is that now we have the brokerage agency aspect being regulated, licenses are being given out, and so that aspect is eventually going to be sanitized. But I think there's another aspect that we rarely speak about, and that is in terms of developer and construction regulation. I speak about this mainly because you have so many people who might have an appetite to invest in Ghana, but because of stories they have heard, because of things that have actually happened with developers and certain projects, they do not have the confidence to do so. But you go to other parts of the world where they have positioned themselves, their real estate industry, to attract investors such that right from the word go, once you secure a property, you are able to start your documentation process in terms of titling. You are able to sit at the comfort of your home and then look through, use an app to be able to tell what level of progress the project has gotten to, especially for off-plan sales, because I specialize in off-plan sales. I'd like to speak a lot more about some of these strategies. We need to look at that aspect. Regulation, digitalization, so that people don't have to, for instance, pay 100% throughout the construction period when you are not done with the project. There are people who are doing 60-40, so 60% only during the construction period, and they are paid into escrow accounts. There are, for instance, Dubai has the REST app where you could go on there, pick any property of your choice, or key in a developer's name, key in Bengati, key in Azizi. You would see the properties that they have done in the past. You'd be able to ascertain their completion timelines, and you can advise yourself whether to invest in another property from them or not. So I think it's one of the things we need to look at for our industry.
Great, thank you very much, Beatrice. So Yaba, really please also share your point.
Yes, I could not agree more with Beatrice. It's very true. In fact, every sector does need cleansing. As we look at, I think it's been found that over 90% of the court cases that we have in our highest courts here are to do with land litigation. It's to do with property issue. So we still very much have a lot of work to do when it comes to the legal aspects of property transactions. We have a lot of lawyers that have come, that have graduated this year. So we have the legal teams, but somehow people are still falling into the holes or not using these professionals. So one of the things that I personally, as a company, we're looking at is the tokenization of properties, joining the blockchain. It is the future. And one thing I love about Ghana is we are very future thinking. We're big on tech, and it's one of the ways that properties and legal entities can be protected when it comes to transactions. So a lot more research to be done, but we all know that with tokenization, there's less risk, less gray areas. So it may give people more confidence, but again, it requires a lot of research, and people need to educate themselves on that before trying or transacting in that way. And also, one of the other things, of course, with the IFC, we know that we have a money laundering issue that goes on in Ghana, that Ghana's working very hard to eradicate. So that would help that as well when we start to look at some of the issues that we have here in this country that end up causing people to end up in courts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yaba. All right, to the last one, Gifty. Yeah, Gifty, please, you can pick it up.
Yes. I think Beatrice and Yaba have touched on a lot of things. So from where I am coming from, let me touch a bit on partnerships. Okay. There are a lot of opportunities for we converging to build our real estate industry. So with, let's say, the events that we do, like the Ghana Property Awards, like the African Sustainability Concert and African Housing Show, these are initiatives that bring people together to build partnerships, right? And so with these kind of initiatives, I believe that we all should come on board. When you hear of such initiative, come to support be there and build these kind of partnerships, support these kind of initiatives, right? And then I think we are going to grow real estate industry through that. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Gifty. Thank you very much, Beatrice. Thank you very much, Abba. It's been great having you. Please just tell us where we can connect with you. Just we are behind time, but just share where we can connect with you so we can end your session. Yeah.
Sure. So my company is called Ghana Bound. Our website is ghanabound.com. Our YouTube channel has so much content which will support people. That's also Ghana Bound on YouTube. And then it's the same on Instagram. My personal Instagram is yaba_Affle, and the same on LinkedIn. We're very active on LinkedIn. And I also want to encourage any women watching this today that as a womanhood, often there's a misconception that we're competitive and it can get very negative. But I want to just encourage you that the real estate space, especially in Ghana, is very collaborative amongst women. It's a wonderful, positive space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Awa. Beatrice.
Okay, thank you. So my handles are Beatrice Naughty, Beatrice Naughty _ across Instagram, Facebook, and then you can also connect with me on LinkedIn, Beatrice Naughty. The company's handles are Ansar Realty. So Ansar is ANSAAH Realty, and then our website is ansarrealty.com. You can connect with us across these platforms. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Beatrice. All right, Gifty. Gifty. Okay. All right. I think we've lost Gifty a bit. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you very much to our speakers. We really appreciate you for showing up for us, sharing your knowledge, and we've learned a lot. And we hope to follow you we are going to follow you on our various platform, and then also connect with you so we can learn more. And also thank you for shaping Ghana's real estate industry as women. And you've also made a point that women are not in competition with each other. So whoever you're thinking of joining the real estate, it's open for all. And it's great having you all. Sure. Thank you very much. Okay. Sure. Thank you very much to you all. And also to our moderator. At a point we lost her, but also Ruth, we thank you very much. You did an amazing job. Ruth is Ruth on all platforms, and then she is the property manager of Z Home. At this point, we move on to the next panel. Yes, on this panel we have we have our next panel after this break. Okay, all right. Thank you very much, all, and thank you very much to our speakers who have spoken so far. And at this point, on our next panel, we have they'll be speaking. We have Jesse, we have Christopher, we have Kwiku, and then Kwabena. They will be speaking on the future of Ghana's real estate market, trends, challenges, and policy direction. And I won't waste my time, but rather to invite them to come on stage. And we have great to have you, Kwabena.
Thank you very much, Ni. I'm honored to be part of this conversation.
Sure. Thank you very much. It's great to have you. Hi, Jesse. You're welcome.
Hi, Ni. Good. Thank you. Good evening.
Yes. Good evening, and then good afternoon to anywhere you are joining us. Good day. Okay, quickly, also welcome.
Yeah, hi, how are you?
I'm fine. Yourself?
I'm fine, thank you.
Great. I think Christopher is not yet on, but then I won't waste my time. I'll leave the floor for you to do your own thing for the next 30 minutes. And if Christopher comes on, he will join you. Thank you very much.
Um,
Hi, Kwabna. Kwabna, so at this point, you pick it up from here.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ni. And thank you, Kweku and Jesse, for making it a point to be part of this conversation. I'm highly privileged to have you two on this panel. So without wasting much time, I would like to introduce myself first, then I'll give you two the chance to also introduce yourself. My name is Kwabna Inti Yeboah. I'm a real estate consultant professional, and I'm also the convener of Ghana Real Estate Connect. It's a LinkedIn and Facebook community that I've created to bring real estate professionals together to talk about real estate challenges, problems, policy directions, and also help people who are interested in the Ghana Real Estate Connect, Ghana real estate space to understand the industry very well. So that's why I created Ghana Real Estate Connect. So without wasting much time, I'll give Kweku the chance to also introduce himself.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. A real pleasure being on here with you all. My name is Kweku Essien. I serve as a co-CEO for Cecil Global. Cecil Global is a platform, first and foremost, that makes it easy for clients all over to search, finance, and purchase vetted real estate in Africa. We have a specific focus today on Ghana and Nigeria, and we utilize elements of blockchain technology and artificial intelligence in our platform as well to make it much more efficient and easy to use. Yeah, thank you.
All right, Jesse.
All right, my name is Jesse Hammond. I'm a lead broker at TMNX Properties, and we are based here in Tema. We sell, we rent, we manage properties here in Accra and Ghana Supreme.
Okay, thank you very much, Kweku and Jesse. My first question to both of you, and either of you can take a bite first. In the Ghana real estate space, where are we as Ghana? Where are we really currently?
Well, so I mean, to put it bluntly, we have a 2 million, housing shortage, right, in Ghana. A lot of what is built is obviously built in mostly just Accra, and a lot of the units are perhaps maybe a bit too expensive for especially the local market. Of course, I like high rises. I like the way it looks, but at times, of course, these are very expensive, properties as well for just a regular Ghanaian. And so I think part of all that creates some of these problems. And I also don't think as though we've perhaps been looking to leverage the diaspora as much as we could. Just in terms of there are mortgages now that have been coming into the market. That's part of what we also helped EcoBank and ABSA do to bring on diaspora mortgage. I think that's very key in order to open up the market so that a real estate developer is not only just consumed, has different avenues of success as well, right? And I heard in the previous conversation, something around tokenization, etc. I think there are ways in which you can galvanize the diaspora as well to help fund certain projects as well, even on the investment side. So, I think certainly we are not there. I think we all see it, and it's something that I think needs to be solved very soon because of the young population that we also have as well in Ghana in particular. So I'll say, of course, there are always good things happening. There are always people doing good things, and I think what we find is is that perhaps, there's a lot more spotlight through social media and etc. on what is being done as well by people who are credible. But I think there could be a lot more done, right? For sure. So yeah,
All right,
that's
thank you very much, Kweku. To add a follow-up question, when you look at our current state in the real estate, I'm sure you've experienced other places, and then you've experienced what's happening in Africa as well. Does it frustrate you, or do you feel like, okay, where there is a problem, there is an opportunity, and once I'm able to find a pinpoint, I'll be able to, cash out of it? Does it frustrate you? What does it make you feel?
No, I think both of what you said is actually, it hits the nail on the head, because of course, to a certain extent, to frustrate you, when you see what, especially you look at a place like Dubai, right, and what Dubai has done in terms of its systems. In Dubai, you can literally go onto an app, and for all properties sold in Dubai, you can actually check how much the property was bought, how much rent this property is getting, how much the property was sold, etc. Right? Without giving out private information, but that basic information is given out, right? And imagine what that could do in a place like Ghana, just even being able to, look at data like that. So that shows you the level that they're at, right? There are many things that we could solve in Ghana before we even look to create something like that for Ghana, right? So of course it is frustrating to an extent, but yes, I'm an entrepreneur myself, and every problem is an opportunity. So what it is that Africa or Ghana, we are not in space, we are not in on the moon, we're on the earth. So it's something that can be solved. If is being done somewhere else, it definitely can be done in Ghana. So that's what, at least the positive.
Well. Thank you very much. I like the fact that you mentioned that it's happening somewhere. So at least we have the blueprint to look on to do same over here in Ghana. So, Jesse, so looking at all the potentials and all the challenges that we have in our real estate space over here in Ghana, what mindset shift do you think is really needed to put things right on track?
So to get to this, what I've realized in the business is that everyone wants fast results. But in our market space, in the real estate market, one thing we need to know is that before you make a purchase or before you purchase a home or an apartment, you have to follow the due diligence process, which many don't want that. They want the fast. They immediately see the property in their mind. If I don't purchase, if I don't put some money down, somebody may purchase it. But there's this verification process that we need to slowly do it. Although our digital systems we are not there, but it's something that we all need to focus. Brokers, developers, surveyors, we all need to go through that verification process. And when we do that, it will make reduce the land litigations issues we have here, fake documents, overpricing here and there, and even to the state of bad development in unplanned areas.
Yeah.
So there's a verification first. The verification first. Just to prioritize truth over speed. That's what I can say about that.
Okay, so do you think that all these things are happening because majority of us are not really a forward-looking people? We just want the cash right now, and we don't care what happens tomorrow. Let's say you are dealing with an agent. Let me be fast and get my cut and go away. You don't really think about the relationship that we can build. You think it has to do with let's make quick money and that's all.
So the system is such that some wants to make it that way. Some want to make it that way. The previous panel, the ladies mentioned, currently REAC is making sure that the system is sanitized. So if agents, if brokers are being licensed, they are doing their work. The very one thing you have to do is to make sure that your client follow the due diligence process. Definitely the deal will close. It doesn't matter if you take 2 weeks, 1 week, or a month. The client has to go through those due diligence process, those verification process before any value is placed. It's not about your commission or what you want to make out of the deal. Because what if the client makes the deposit, the client pays off the full amount, And
Yeah.
by the time they are done, they are going to start a project. Then there's litigation here and there, and you are asked to bring the money. Then what it is, your reputation is gone. Then the next
Yeah.
deal is not coming. So it's not about just what you're going to get now. It's about the relationship you're going to create, and those relationships is going to bring referrals to bring you more money.
Okay. All right, Koku. Do you also think most of the problems that we're having is a mindset problem? And what mindset do you think we need to adopt moving forward?
Yeah, so definitely there is an element of that there. Of course, there are things that are structural within the way in which our land our land sector was set up, right? And part and parcel of that is there's a pre-colonial time, there's colonial time, and there's post-colonial, and a lot of the information was kept in silos, right? And that really, what that does is that it allows for corruption, and it also breeds, less transparency sometimes in the process, right? Whereas if all information was sitting in one place and all information was aligned properly, it removes the obstacles around some of these litigation issues, and even maybe reduces the time frame for being in litigation. I don't think there's anything wrong with litigation. Sometimes the issue is that it takes so long to go through the court process in itself, right? There's nothing really, I think there's nothing wrong with litigation. People can litigate, but it just takes too long, right? And so I think reducing that by maybe increasing the transparency where it's so much clearer would be good. And so part of that is a mindset thing. It is, there needs to be some leadership around that to push that forward, right? But part of it also is maybe just it's been structural, and also perhaps bringing in technology may reduce the logistical costs of doing some of these things. And so I think it is a little bit of mindset, but some of it is a little structural.
Yeah. So to you again, do you think we have come to accept the status quo? For instance, anytime someone comes, puts a camera in front of them to talk about land, they are always talking about how you need to do your due diligence, how you need to cross check over and over again, how you need to make sure, we all seem to have the solution and the solutions to the due diligence aspect, but people hardly talk about we questioning the status quo and trying to bring about innovative approaches to these problems that we face. So do you feel like we've come to accept the challenges as normal?
Well, I mean, I guess that's a very good question. I guess it's a few things, right? So, of course, people coming online and telling you about the reality on the ground that, for today, in the reality of today, you can certainly buy real estate in Ghana, but in order to do so, you need to follow X and Y steps because of just the reality of what is on the ground. I think that's fair to say. And I think that's just more a mark of people just want to do business today and understand that we can talk about the future, we can think about the future, we can even want to execute for the future, but we are dealing with present day, today's issues and problems. Um, but on the other hand, right, I guess in terms of being in terms of at least I guess deciding that hey, this is what it is, it's not really going to change. I don't necessarily think that's the case. I think that there are a lot of people in Ghana who are quite innovative in the way they've thought of things already. You find that we have a lot of gated estates in Ghana. This is not the case in a lot of African countries. You go talk to a lot of African countries, it's not even a concept there. And so that is something where people, some innovators thought to at least secure the land themselves and then build something that would show trust to customers that hey, there's no litigation issues on this land. I've purchased it, I've regularized it. from there, right? And so I think certainly the private sector, there are people trying to do different things. But what is always important to understand is that without some level of leadership from at the top level, certain things are just harder to do, and there is um, a comparative cost of, should I bother dealing with some of these issues here in Ghana, right? Or should I just go do it in some other country as well? And so that's also something there to consider, as well, that some Ghanaians even do themselves, right? Especially those who live abroad, right? So I think it will require some level of leadership at the top, and then I also then bring in the diaspora as well, who can. And sometimes it's hard to quantify the diaspora because the diaspora is not just one person, right? And so that's even what makes it sometimes a little hard for it to be as useful. But if there was some channeling of capital, especially from the diaspora, I think the diaspora could very well also be able to move the needle as well in terms of where things go in the country. And so it's going to be some level of that government, diaspora, and a level of private sector locally as well that can solve the issues on the ground.
Okay, Jesse, you would agree with me that trust remains a very big issue when it comes to real estate in Ghana. Someone was telling me that when you are dealing with another person in the real estate and the person greets you good morning, check the position of the sun before you respond. They may be lying to you. I mean, you can't really trust anybody in the real estate state. Per your experience, and I'm sure what you've seen, read, or being introduced to from other jurisdictions, what does a trustworthy real estate ecosystem look like for you?
This is a great question. What I would say is that trustworthy ecosystem looks like a reliable system. So a reliable system has to mean that the system is working. So we mentioned technology. There should be more or less like a unified land data, just as he mentioned using Dubai for example. So with just a touch of a click or a touch of a button, you should be able to probably know the developer, know what he has done before, his track records. So just imagine the buyer could go online, enter the plot number or enter a particular location with a plot number, and instantly the developer names comes there, the lease term of the land he's selling or the project he's about to do off plan, the litigation status. This would eliminate 70% of our current problems here in the country. With regards to paying properties, buying a land, if you're in the diaspora, if there's a mandatory escrow, a lot of people lose money because funds are released before verification. So if there's an escrow account where this money goes, your money is protected. So until the property checks out, the money doesn't go. And kudos to REAC. Now we have accredited real estate agents or brokers, which though some are still not done yet, but I know with time it will take. So we have certified brokers, and if at the long run we have certified developers, we know okay, this developer is in good standing, his projects are good, they are of good quality. The person is not just putting up a structure just to gain some kind of money. Some people purchase a property, and in 4, 5, 7 years, you see the property losing its value in terms of the quality.
Okay. Kweku, kindly, would you want to take a bite on this? How does a trustworthy real estate ecosystem look like for you?
Of course, I mean what Jesse has said is makes a lot of sense and is very strong in that regard, right? It really is one where, as he just said, the system is working, right? And so part of anything with any businessman or with anyone, when you are just, let's say you have 100,000, you have the money, right? So the issue is not that you have the money. The issue is, I don't trust what is going on. I don't know what is going on. Then it makes it very hard for anyone to do any business, and certainly for a lot of people, a real estate purchase is their most, the most expensive thing they will buy in their life for a lot of people, right? And so part of what makes people hesitate, sometimes they don't even want to even think about it for a long time, is the fact that they just don't want to navigate the waters of, I don't know what is happening at every stage, right? How long is this going to take? Who do I need to pay someone extra? Will someone cheat me? All of these questions. And so I think exactly that, where things can be a lot more transparent. And I'd say so, we are working on this. Our platform is there. We have a lot of vetted real estate developers on the platform. Part of it is also we profile them as well before we list them on there. Maybe your justice, right? Maybe in the future it's something we can share even some of that information as well, right? To clients. But I think having that out there where there's much more trustworthy information is a key thing. And part of that can be done a little bit by the private sector, right? So it is doable, like we are doing, to create a sub listing of developments which are all private, who have been vetted, etc. But some of it will also need to come from, work from the government side, right? Especially with the information that they have on registration of properties. That is sometimes the real key element that just puts people off, right? Just to be quite frank, right? Is that portion of things that they cannot even trust what the government is telling them, and that potentially they could be in court for an issue with respect to a purchase, right? And so, if that part can be minimized greatly, that will transform the market astronomically, right? And so until then, what you can try to do is what a lot of the developers are already doing, which is you secure a large tract of land, you make sure you regularize that land, and then you position your project as the project to purchase from, right? And I think that is probably the best way until the government itself can take reins on making sure the whole registry is fully automated, digitized, and transparent.
Okay. The next question goes to you, Kweku. I heard you mentioning blockchain and technology being used by CESO Global to, help the system. From a prop tech perspective, by the year 2035,
yeah,
how do you think prop tech is going to shape the real estate industry, and how is it going to look like?
Yeah.
Is someone going to be able to sit behind the phone and just be clicking like buying on Amazon to purchase a property, or is something like that going to be possible?
100%, it will happen. 2035 is what, a decade from now. It will certainly happen. If it doesn't happen, we should cry. But I think 100% to happen. And yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, we utilize blockchain technology. It's something that we have rolled out in South Africa as a pilot before, and it's something that we love to do with the government as well. Where what we did was that we basically created a blockchain based land registry for a small community in South Africa, utilizing blockchain technology. And essentially, what it is that, and just to keep simplified in the mind of anyone else, is that the government is the one who has the information, right? Regardless of whether the information is true or false, or someone disputes it. Once the government says you own the land, they own the data, right? And so what you just want to do is make sure that no one can really go in there and damage the data, manipulate the data, or change things, right? And sometimes that is the issue that even occurs at our land registries in Ghana, where someone can manipulate or change the data. And so with the blockchain, what we will do is that we'll have the information on there, which has been checked by the government and approved by the government, approved by lawyers, and approved by the owner himself. So all checks, each party has all agreed that, hey, I own this particular, or this particular person, Kwabena, you own this particular parcel of land. It's then put on the blockchain, and it cannot be changed, right? That information on the blockchain cannot be changed by any outside external parties. And the only way it can be changed is if all three parties again agree. So if there's a new transaction, Kwabena is selling to Jesse, that transaction will then be secured onto the blockchain once all three parties, or let's say how many parties, but let's say the lawyer, the seller, the buyer, and the government have all agreed to it from there. And so that removes the elements of manipulating the information, and that creates a digitized land registry that can be viewed as trustworthy, right?
Okay.
From there. So that is something that we're hoping to see in the future, and then I think that will allow everything else to be built on top of that.
Okay. My next question. We have about 4 minutes, and then I have two questions. One for Jesse and one for you, Kweku. Jesse, you would also agree with me that people from the diaspora are an integral part of our real estate market, and most of them have had different experiences when it comes to acquiring property in Ghana or investing in real estate in Ghana. What framework do you think we can put in place to help them navigate the real estate space smoothly, and then to minimize to the barest minimum the fraudulent transactions that happen, or the issues that comes with fraud? How do you think we can build a framework to help them seamlessly navigate the real estate space?
So the diaspora clients are the most committed investors. They are the most committed investors when it comes to our market, but they face most frustration. They face the most frustration. One thing I've realized that they don't mind even paying more, because I remember there's this recent conversation I have with a client. All she's looking for is just peace of mind. She said, I don't mind paying more. All she's looking for is what? Peace of mind. So a friendly system means we have verified listings. We have verified listings whereby the desperate buyers shouldn't worry whether the land is real or not. They should see the title of the land. So there should be the land documents, everything should be real. You should be able to send to them via soft. There should be a system whereby they easily check the direct ownership of the land whilst they're not even yet in the country. There should be a system for them so that they'll be able to check the title, the land history, the permits, developer credentials before even paying $1. There should be a remote due diligence, virtual tours, online documents, so that they can make some decisions from abroad. They don't need to waste time, come to their country, and then whatever they have been trying to get is just void. Then, just like as I mentioned earlier about the escrow, there should be a secured payment. Just as I mentioned about the escrow, there should be a secured payment. No sending money through some relatives. Someone wants to buy a property and has to send it to the auntie or send it to the uncle, but the person gets to Ghana, there's no property for the fellow. So everything should go through a regulated escrow. Then there should be a transparent handover. Just imagine receiving a handover pack that shows a snagging report, utility connections, warranty, maintenance contracts. Everything is in that report. Just by you sitting in your home abroad, you're able to have all these information, and this will build confidence for Ghanaians living abroad.
Okay. Thank you very much. Kweku, the other day I made a very controversial post on LinkedIn that Ghana doesn't have affordable housing issues, but what we have is low income issues. Do you agree or disagree?
Yeah, no, that's, I mean, to an extent, well, I'll say this, two things. We actually do not have what you may consider let me say two things. It's true. The question is, what is affordable? That's the first question always, right? and so that is relative to how much you earn, right? And
Yeah.
so that is very true. But I guess what is also true is that it costs a certain amount to build a house, right? And so any developer out there is considering to themselves how much it'll cost to build, how long it'll take me to sell this, and what my margin will be based on the time and effort it's taking me to do this. And so there's a smart reason why a lot of developers decide to do mid luxury or luxury, because they can spend the same amount of time potentially on building out the project, and they're probably likely to sell it quicker. Especially with the diaspora coming into the market as well, right? And so that was the case, I think, for a lot of the time with the high rises. I don't think it's the same today, but that's the calculation a lot of people took, right? And so that's why you don't find a lot of the time properties between, let's say, $20,000 to $50,000, right? You don't see a lot of that on the market because it isn't it's so hard to even sell those units in Ghana. Although there should be in principle a good enough market for some of those products. So I have seen some of those work, but it's typically a developer with a lot of cash, a lot of on-hand cash, and probably also maybe some concessionary loans or interest rates that allows them to build at that price point. I will say that we are looking, we have brought in a developer from Nigeria who can build out property units using compressed earth, and can build a 3-bedroom for about roughly $50,000 or so. We're looking at doing a big project with the state housing company in Kumasi to start with, right? Where we would sell to government employees at that price point. So 1 bed for about $30,000, 2 beds for about $38,000 or so. So there is, I think, some market for that, especially if you can work directly with government on it. I don't think it's that easy to sell those properties to the mass market without some government intervention or government help with offtake. It's not that easy, right? To do, right? So uh, um, I do agree. In general, I agree with your point about affordability. I think what would be good is to build properties at that price point that I mentioned, hovering around 50,000 or a little and below. Selling those a lot to the government employees who typically they get paid every month, at a certain price, and so it can be garnished from them. And then look into the diaspora, because a lot of people from the diaspora, for 50,000, that is more than affordable to someone from the diaspora, right? And so being able to create a market looking at both government employees and diaspora, I think, can help a developer who is well capitalized to build, certain affordable units in a country. And I think what will help, of course, is if the country itself is growing in industry. But the real estate industry in itself can become an industry, and so if it's powered by the diaspora, it can help, raise wages, especially in some aspects, right? So yeah, I mean, just to round it up, you're not wrong with your question at
Yeah.
all, but I think there are ways to mitigate it.
Okay. Staniel, I sincerely apologize for going beyond our time, but one last question, and I need just one sentence answer. So first one, what one innovation do you think is going to cause a great shift in the real estate space in Ghana? Just one sentence.
Tokenization.
Tokenization. Jesse, what about you?
That's what Kweku has said. But I just wanted to since that our time is up, I just wanted to just make a quick verse to what Kweku said about the affordability. So Kweku, I just a suggestion to since you mentioned you are bringing some investors, if you can look about cross subsidy, whereby if they are building premium homes, they can take a little bit of the profit. Let's say the home is there's a profit about $30,000. They can take about $5,000 to $10,000 to reduce the cost of affordable homes on the same plot of land, on the same land. Say they are building 10 townhomes on a particular stretch. There's about 40 to 60 feet. They can build 1 to 2 bedroom units just for affordability.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot
So
of sense.
conceptually,
That makes a lot of sense.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much, Kweku and Jesse, for the insight that you've given us in this session. Personally, I've learned a lot, and then I'm going to apply some of the things that I've learned from you guys. So, thank you very much, and then see you another time.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
thank you, thank you, thank you.
You too. Right. Thank you. Thank you very much to the panel. It was an amazing panel, and thank you for your thought leadership and all your insights shared. Thank you to our moderator, Kwabna, as well, and hopefully we'll connect in the future as well.
Okay, thank you all. Bye
All
bye.
right. That was an amazing panel. We heard from Jesse, Kweku, and then Kwabna as well. An amazing panel for. That's the second panel for the day. We'll now be transitioning to the third panel, and before we bring on the third panel, we'll have this third one is an exciting one. It's about building for the future, looking at integration, integrating design and land integrity, smart finance, all of this into sustainable real estate development. So it's an exciting topic, and I'll be transitioning to this panel soon, introducing the moderator as well to delve into it after a short 30-second break.
Great. Thank you very much to all the speakers. And at this point, we move on to the next panel. I won't say much, but rather I invite our speakers on, our panelists on. Yes. Okay. Okay. All right. So you're all welcome. And I guess everybody can hear me loud and clear.
That's right.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
So I know I've not mentioned anybody's name, but please, the floor is yours. Please introduce yourself. Any of you can start.
Okay. Okay. So good day. My name is Ofosuku Achiyao. I'm a licensed architect and a consultant at SG Architect and Partners. I've been practicing architecture close to a decade. In fact, over a decade. And over the years, I've had a chance to work on a wide range of projects spanning from industrial to residential to commercial, even to the hospitality sector. I've had the chance to work on a number of projects, including Airport View Hotel Extension, Funmill Ghana, National Youth Authority, and a host of other projects. My design philosophy is simple. Basically, my design revolves around coming up with designs that enriches the lives of the user. So basically, that is a short summary. Yeah.
Okay, to add up, short summary, but to add up also, because you are the one introducing yourself, so congratulations. I know you just won an award for the Architectural Designer of the Year. Congratulations on that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so any of you can please go ahead and introduce yourself.
The time already, yeah, it's almost up.
Yes, thank you very much. And my name is Surveyor Eric from Gon. I am a quantity surveyor by profession and a civil engineer by practice, which I can explain. I'm a quantity surveyor and I'm a financial expert and a cost manager throughout the life cycle of a construction project. So one of the key things that I do is I make sure I ensure value for money, compliance with regulations, and effective cost control. And I know that in this real estate, the most important thing is cost control. Everybody is running away from cost. But then we have always forgotten that the quantity surveyor is the best person to be able to manage your project and make sure that you are within budget or you are outside budget. And in fact, the most important thing also again is for you to know that you are within budget. It serves you right. So there are so many stages as quantity surveyor I go throughout this life cycle project. As the CEO of Excel Consortium, I manage projects. I project manage a lot of them. I have done a lot of projects. In fact, if you tell me to mention them, it's going to be very difficult. I've been in the system for over 20 years. Maybe some of you have known most of the company. We started with a company known as Edum PNE and Partners, which is a chartered quantity surveying firm. I don't know, maybe some of you might have known, some too might have been in school by then. And then we do the BOQ, the bill of quantity. Somebody might ask what the bill of quantity is. You know, if there is time, that's what we term as the pricing of the documents that involve a whole accurate measurement. And then there is tender and procurement too. That is what we do. Risk management and value engineering. We identify those risk management in most of the construction industries. All those things falls under the pre-contract stage, and then we have the post-contract. Maybe as we proceed, we're able to get the full details of it, where we have the cost controls, the interim valuations, the contract administrations, and final accounts. So basically, that is what I do, and that is who I am. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Surveyor Eric. We have Dr. Richard and Surveyor James and Dr. Jonathan. Any of you can please get up from here.
Hello, everyone. I am Dr. Jonathan Oladeji. I am currently a research fellow at the University of Johannesburg, South Africa. I started out my career as an estate manager in Nigeria. But also currently I'm largely working with the university here at UJ, doing research focused on housing finance innovations, sustainability, housing affordability, and also helping industry experts to develop local and relevant solutions, local and relevant financing frameworks, especially using frameworks that are already relevant and being used in Africa. My PhD focused on the incremental housing finance model in South Africa, which is also relevant to a lot of housing markets in Africa due to the nature of housing development that Africans usually adopt, which is incremental. More recently, my research has focused on green building innovation because the global climate is shifting towards green building. I'm also a licensed IFC Edge expert. One of the things we help developers, architects, and investors to achieve is to put their projects through the IFC Edge green certification process, allowing them to unlock potential in the green and sustainability market, especially to attract investors who are interested in that market, to attract buyers and home users that are interested in green and sustainable projects. That summarizes my work currently. Thank you for the invitation to be here again. I've been here this year, early this year, I think. But thanks for the invitation to be here again.
Sure. Thank you very much to you too. Dr. Richard Sylvia James.
All right.
Okay.
Doc, please go ahead.
All right. My name is Dr. Richard Osafo, and I'm the co-executive partner for Plexus Consortium. Plexus is a foreign and a local-based company. We have office in Dubai, and we are also based in Ghana. And what Plexus specializes in is, project management, project finance, project remodeling, general consultancies, and so on and so forth. And so over the past 20 years, I've also been in real estate, providing expert advice to investors all over the world. So my journey started from Ghana, then I moved on to the UAE. I became the director of sales for Estatepedia International, but I've worked with Damac Properties as a sales manager for Africa and Europe. I've also worked with Damac Properties and then Soba Real Estate Development, both in the UAE. And while in the UAE, I had the opportunity to work in the UK market. So I also have, reasonable experience in the real estate market within the UK. We also do some projects in the US, but these are projects that are not constructed by us. We sign agreements with developers, and then we manage, some projects for them as well. And so basically, anything real estate, yes, you'll find me in there. And so for the past 20 years, it's been introducing projects to government of Ghana. So for instance, we did the Kumasi Revitalization Project between 2018, 2019. We've also done some projects for the Otunfo Foundation as well. And so basically, and I'm currently a member of a consultant for the Otunfo Foundation, where I provide finance advice and financial experts, on some of the various social enterprises regarding real estate and other, sustainable development projects that they undertake. So I wouldn't want to talk too much. I would like to leave it here and then allow my senior brother, Mr. Pierre, to continue from there.
Sure. Thank you very much, Dr. Richard. All right.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you very much, for once again bringing me onto this platform, and good evening to each and everyone on the platform. I go by the name Sylvia James Shumesi. I'm a professional member of the Ghana Institution of Surveyors in the Division of Valuation and Estate Surveying. I'm currently with A&L Valuation and Property Consult, and at A&L, what we basically do is property valuation services and advisory services. We also do property impact assessment, which may include something we call preparation of a resettlement action plan. So if I should go deep into that bit, you realize that recently the government of Ghana has opened up, has announced that they want to construct an expressway. Now, along that corridor in which the line is going to go, what are the properties, what are the issues that are going to, people's property are going to be affected? So in terms of the initial feasibility studies, we also come in there to assess to know how much the government should be looking at in terms of compensation or preparing and maybe resettling others. Apart from that, we also do, if you look at railways, even Gridco, we got a Ghana Grid Company Limited, their pylons going over people's property, going through people's land. We all help them to, in term trying to do a resettlement action, like sort of thing for them, and also trying to restore livelihood restoration for them. Apart from that, we also do facilities management, property management, and then research too is another area that we also do in terms of the real estate field, in terms of the research, maybe market research. You need to make an informed decision on issues of how you think your investment is going to go. It also helps you in that line. And then, not to talk much, maybe I also look at the land administration aspect, where from due diligence to registration, we assist you to do everything before you even go ahead with your building. So in a nutshell, before without wasting much time, that is mostly what we do at ANO Valuation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to you all. Thank you very much, Sylvia James, and thank you very much to you all. Now that we know each other and then we know who we are talking to, we'll dive right into our questions for the day so that we can move on from there. Okay, so to all of you, I want to find out what are the key pillars that makes a real estate market strong and reliable in terms of design, land valuation, and finance? Yeah, where are we where are we doing well as a nation or in our various countries, and where do we need urgent improvements? Um, Architect Vusukwachi, I don't know if you can figure it out from there for us.
Okay. I mean, being an architect, I will approach it from the architectural point of view. So I will talk about the design aspect, of course, yes. I mean, right now, the good thing is more developers are open to, functional designs that don't only look good, but they're functional and, of course, respond well to the climate. People if you take a look at Ebri, the Kwewu, they are now making use of a lot of local materials in a stable like this, they use a lot of rammed earth, they use a lot of stone cladding, they make use of the materials that they find within themselves. So I would say that part of the design aspect, that part of that approach is a good thing. However, with regards to the part where we need improvement has to do with the regulation or the regulatory aspect. Because um not all not not every approach is properly regulated from the assembly. So I don't know as at now, but with regards to rammed earth, the last time we made inquiries at the assembly, they were saying they don't really have policies for certain materials in the system, so they are not able to approve it. So when it comes to those aspects, we are a bit behind. Catching up with technology. I mean, we so far so good. We are gradually grabbing the technology aspect, but we are slightly behind in terms of the rate at which um, other countries are going about it. So that is what I would say, the regulatory aspect and also catching up with technology. But in terms of design and functionality, I would say developers are gradually doing well, and people who are putting up houses are doing well. So yeah, that is
Okay.
my take.
All right, congrats to all designers. Congrats to all developers on your call. Okay. Sylvia James.
Yeah, so Raf, when we are talking about what we are doing best, I would say that I heard before we came in, the last panelists were talking about the issues of why people are always talking about due diligence, why people are talking about making an informed decision. I've come to a point where to realize that little by little people are beginning to appreciate the need for making use of professionals in terms of their decisions that they want to take, especially in the real estate sector. We cannot ignore that. I will always say that, irrespective of whatever knowledge or whatever a family friend will tell you, or you will still need the professional person to guide you in some way or the other. Don't look at the cost of it. And that is what I've seen so far. People, even as a point, there are some people who will, generally, if they want to put up their property for sale, they will not really come to a professional to ask, oh, how much would I put it up for sale? They would rather want to, okay, like how much do we sell land here, or how much do we put, how much did it cost me to build this? But now they come and they want to know, okay, they means that they understand the issues that comes with appreciation of your property, appreciation that comes in. So they believe that the property they bought 3 years or 3 years ago is still not of the same value. So they know that with the knowledge, even if I lack that knowledge, someone is constantly practicing in that field who can support me with that knowledge. And for that matter, I need to go to that person and then sort his idea of how much maybe I should go about these decisions. So, and as mentioned earlier, the word due diligence has been all over. And without it, I can tell you, you may buy a property, yes, very nice in a port residential, very prime area. And if you don't pay attention, in the next 5 years, you may go away and your children will come and take over, and they will have to go and pay double of that amount because you did not pick or do not approach a professional person to go through with you to know, okay, what are the terms in the document. Whereas to some people, they go and they appreciate these things. And if you come to us, for us in where what we do most of the time is that the document you present to us, whatever issue, we will draw your attention to some issues. Some people will go far back and come back to you that, hey, so you mentioned here that we have to, I didn't even know. So it looks like you are giving them some kind of education, and for that matter, they appreciate the work that professionals are doing. So far, I would say that yes, that is basically I've seen some kind of improvement in where we are going from. And the more we do that, the more that comes on board. You realize that the integrity that we want within the field of the real estate, or the all together, like no one is left behind. We are always all in one together, trying to get to know what is good or what is not what we are supposed to do. All these things are going to be fine with us, and I appreciate that a lot.
Thank you very much, Sonia James. Dr. Richard.
Okay, Ralph. I would look at it from the finance aspect.
Sure.
You see, for every real estate market to, compete on the international market, the finance pillar is one of the major pillars that you can't, outlook. It is very, very important. And one of the main aspects within the finance pillar is government incentives and policies. For instance, recently, Bank of Ghana came up with a policy that every single product sold in Ghana, sold on any form of market, should be sold in the local currency and not in the United States dollar. This is one of the major policies that is really helping government of Ghana in so many ways. But to the real estate sector, it is really changing a lot of things. It is making a lot of changes in the real estate sector. It seems very simple, yet it carries a lot of weight, on the real estate sector. Now, developers have no other option but to quote their finished products in the local currency. Again, government is gradually introducing incentives, into the market. And this is one of the main finance pillars that is really good. So for instance, government is trying to help accessible mortgage in such a way that even the ordinary Ghanaian could access mortgage. Even though, yes, we can do more, there's more that can be done. But 10 years ago, you wouldn't see something like this in the market. And that is what I believe, the government of Ghana needs to be recommended for introducing the homeowners mortgage trust fund or mortgage fund, a very brilliant concept that is helping civil servants and other non-civil servants to have access to mortgage. Let's not forget that this incentive also helps reduce industry rates on mortgage. Initially, mortgage rates were beyond 30%, but as we speak, gradually, due to the homeowner trust fund or the homeowner fund, government is gradually negotiating with some of these, key players within the finance industry, like banks, to reduce, mortgage rate for the ordinary Ghanaian. So I believe that as a finance pillar, yes, it is very, very crucial. Again, development finance and credit facilities. These are things that we can't do away with. Now, banks are giving out more construction loans. Okay, we have right investments all over the place. There are real estate investment trust companies that are growing, and then investment funds. These are companies that are springing out, trying to help make sure that people can have access to reasonable and decent homes. And so major policies from government is actually shaping the industry. Again, there are certain policies introduced by the government of Ghana that is also helping, install investor confidence. Before, investors could not, feel much confident in owning a land, developing the property, and also having to make some form of profit, okay, or margin on the project. But as we speak, most of the major developers in this country, majority are foreigners. Okay, and this is transitioning into, a very healthy environment, meaning Ghana is open to the foreign market, Ghana is open to the diaspora market, Ghana is open to investors. Okay, so it is one pillar that I believe that we need to look at, even though we are doing well. There are more we can do. For instance, the regular or the usual, mortgage sector, okay, due to competition from various companies. Now, some of these traditional mortgage companies are trying to reduce their mortgage rate. Now, banks are trying so hard because people don't want to go in for mortgage anymore. Incremental development is there, just as our brother made mention, Mr. Jonathan made, Dr. Jonathan made mention. These are concepts that is being adopted not just in South Africa, but in a lot of other African countries that is really helping. So it is also pushing mortgage providers to reduce their mortgage facility or their.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Richard. Okay, Dr. Jonathan. Dr. Jonathan, you are muted. Okay, welcome back, Dr. Eric.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh yes, I'm muted. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So I believe a lot of the comments that have been shared from each person have really captured a lot of the really country specific trends that are important. I'm not in Ghana, but I have had a little bit of experience with trends happening across the continent, whether in West Africa, East Africa, South Africa, and North Africa. And so there are some common trends or common room for growth that we can all look at that will be relevant to each market. And I also speak from the point of view of financing. As we all know, capital raising is an integral part of property development, regardless of the market, whether it's residential, commercial, or industrial, in whatever form it comes. Capital raising is a critical part of that. And countries like Ghana have like Dr. Is it Dr. Ofosu? I'm not sure. Or Dr. Richard has said earlier that countries like Ghana are looking at how do we make the financial the financial market, accessible and more localized. Nigeria also has recently made up a similar policy on exchange rates. So if you're selling in the market, it's also been passed, I think recently, a law stating that you must sell in the local currency. And I think it is because some of these countries are starting to realize how much value we are losing by listing properties and trading in other currencies instead of the local currency, especially when it comes to real estate transactions. And because of the total value that real estate assets contribute in each economy, if countries are not paying attention to those kind of little losses, it over time accumulates into huge losses where people list their properties in dollars, then people have to buy the dollar in order to trade locally. And that, of course, weakens the local currency in so many ways, but we'll not go into all of that. Now, that is one aspect. And a lot of times we tend to speak about real estate from the commercial lens, from the formal lens, especially in Africa. But from my own experience, the truth is that the formal and commercial aspects of real estate form a quite small subsection of the property demand in African countries. So you have those luxury properties, usually in the capital cities, the luxury offices and retail property spaces in the capital cities. But then those properties, informal residential settlements for the people trying to work in these spaces. So what kind of financing is available to all of these people who are looking for accommodation, who are looking for housing in and around the capital cities, and even in other cities that are, major commercial centers or industrial centers in each country? So as much as I think one of the good things that is happening is, like someone has mentioned earlier, that a lot of African countries, including Ghana, are now turning to diaspora investors, investors from outside of the continent. A lot of these investors are also Africans who are living outside of Africa, and we are raising capital using a lot of tools, like someone, a previous panelist in a previous panel mentioned tokenization is one organization I've been working with on a fringe level, who focus on tokenization in Africa. And one of the things that is interesting about their model is that the majority of those who are going to buy this tokenized real estate are Africans living outside of Africa. They are the ones that will come with the cash flow for these developments that will then be located in Africa. But that's another form of capital raising that is going on, that a lot of African countries are now looking into. How do we attract capital into the economy from our diaspora network? So you also have diaspora investment groups that sometimes come together and say, and I see a lot of that even amongst Ghanaian communities, because I'm part of a number of diaspora African communities where you see people discussing investment opportunities where diaspora Africans, Ghanaians, Nigerians, South Africans come together and say, let us invest together in maybe a block of residential properties. But in conclusion, the point there is that informality is informal markets are often neglected in our understanding of what is happening in each of these markets. As much as we are doing so much good by raising capital outside of the formal mortgage system, we're almost always forgetting the informal sector. And to address that, we'll talk about maybe the other methods like incremental housing finance, maybe much more into the panel. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Our time, it's we've said a lot, and we are making an impact. But we'll please going forward, we'll keep it more brief because of the time. So to box on architect Ofuzukoachi, I want to find out from you as an architect, how can we design buildings and communities in Ghana that are both functional and climate smart? And yes, I don't know if my question was clear. You are muted. We've lost Surveyor
Sorry,
Eric.
sorry, sorry. I think I muted here. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Hello.
Okay,
Okay,
welcome
okay,
back,
great. So I
Surveyor Eric. We'll come back to you.
okay.
Okay. Yes, so go ahead, architect Ofuzukoachi.
Yeah, I was saying that I mean, as an architect, I believe in coming up with functional designs, of course, which of course also smart and sustainable. But in as much as we think about functional design and sustainable designs, we also have to think about the context we find ourselves in, the tropics on the environment we find ourselves in. Okay, so you have to consider also the people or um how they also live their lives. So, with that being said, of course, we live in the tropics where the sun rises from the east and settles in the west, and then there's so much heat during the day most of the time. So, with that being said, we always have to consider passive cooling systems like cross ventilation, positioning windows at vantage points that will allow air to flow in to reduce the amount of electricity you'll be using or reduce the basically make the building energy efficient. You should also be looking at basically like the use of local materials. You know, we have a lot of local materials in the country. We have compressed earth, we have the rammed earth, we have a lot of stones, we have a lot of, just like I earlier mentioned, in the Abri, when you go to the Abri, you see that these people use a lot of, available materials they find within the environment. So these are certain things that we can employ. I can list a whole lot, but I'm just trying to make it very, very brief. In terms of energy efficiency as well, um, we can find ways to come up with um find ways to harvest rainwater. There are certain designs that I've done in the eastern part of Ghana where it usually rains. So with that being in mind, we created systems that can harvest water. So with that, it puts a less pressure on, you know, um, their water supply from Ghana Water Company, reduces the cost and all that. So to keep it in a nutshell, these are certain things that we consider: the lives of the people, the climate, the orientation of the building, the landscaping, and then tropics, and of course are functional as well. So yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, architect Ofuzukoachi. Surveyor Eric, we've been. I want to find out from you. Land remain a huge challenge for investors, especially diaspora buyers. What practical steps can be taken to secure land title, improve valuation accuracy, and make the process transparent for investors?
Uh, Thank you very much. And I think very sorry that I've been on and off because of the network, but that's fine. I think to add something small to what the architects said, most of the things the architects said were absolutely right. But you could see that the bottom line of all these design features are all costing. For some of the things that he said, using of the locally materials, you know, the whole thing, those are the best ones that I think we should all, integrate into most of our systems. And then one of the factors we should also bear in mind that it is very beautiful to build. If you ask the architect, he will tell you he has wild designs, skyrocketed designs, but every design comes with cost. That's one thing that most of our real estate people fail to know. Every nice thing comes with cost. And so we'll agree to that. When they see it so beautiful, they should also be checking their pockets too as well. Because
Very well.
all those things also comes involved. And then your second question is also you spoke about the land. I think there are regulatory bodies that are purposely for lands. People should not just buy land for buying sake. I always say that lands are not like tomatoes on the market for people to just go and bargain and then buy. You should at least go to the right source. In Ghana, we have the Lands Commission, we have other agencies that due diligences can be done and done well. Some people, it was quite recently, I was telling people that people use most of their property, that's their land, as mortgage or as loans. But at the end of the day, they end up selling it back to about 3 or 4 people. So when people come around, they realize, oh, this land has already been used. So I ask myself, why is it so? So this is where a lot of due diligence has to be done. Apart from going to the Lands Commission to do your search, there are a lot of searches that I think has to be done for people. So people in the diaspora, it is good to build in Ghana. The real estate business is booming, but first check costing. Make sure that costing is maintained right from the inception to completion for you. You have because I'm talking much and I'm laying more emphasis because maybe I'm a cost engineer or cost expert on that particular side because I'm a quantity surveyor. Because I've seen a lot of projects. If you ask the architect or other stakeholders involved, there are a lot of projects everybody wants to build, but they do not get to the bottom line of it. All because of cost, because of the wild thing they always want to do. So I think we should also know about all these things, and then just drum it to everybody's ears that costing drives the whole component of our real estate. You have $100,000 you want to come and build in Ghana. You speak to the architect. The architect speaks to your cost engineer to know the floor areas that he's going to use. We compute that to know that your $100,000 is it a reality, or maybe you can build a shell and core. Let me use it with that 100,000. Then you go get yourself prepared and then start it from there. Thank you and over.
Sure. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Surveyor Eric. Surveyor James, do you have any addition to that? I know you are you're also into land valuation. Do you have any addition to that?
I think Surveyor Eric has mentioned everything, and if we are going to look at that, the architect mentioned, you see, sometimes you don't need to even turn on your lights, or you don't even have to turn on your fan if you have the orientation of your building right. That all depends on, no matter how small your building is, get the right person. Don't get that the papa people, and they will put it, and at the end of the day, your operational cost in leaving that building, it will be always higher, because at the end of the day, you realize that you'll be servicing the building at the point where you yourself, you think, am I now rebuilding this house? Because your bills are going to be high. The way you use water is going to be high. Electricity bills are going to be high. So let's get these things right. And I'll always emphasize on professionalism, because I'm coming from a professional institution, and we believe that we did not go to school for so many years just for us to sit down and then wait for the disaster to happen. Let's consult, and then let's get things right on that.
Sure. Thank you very much. Dr. Eric. Dr. Richard, sorry. Yeah, muted.
Okay. I think my colleagues have, said it all, but there's one more thing that I would want to also touch on. You see, the cost pressure on developers, believe you me, people have no clue. Just as our fellow, surveyors have mentioned. Listen, cost is real in real estate. Putting up high rises and fancy properties, especially climate-related projects, they are very, very expensive. And it's because we do not have, developers have limited access to climate-aligned financing. In Ghana, when you speak to a bank and tell the bank that, oh, I want a green mortgage, they have no clue what it is. Okay, they have no clue. Okay, so in this case, how can a developer also decide to develop within such, an environment? If you go to Europe, if you go to the UAE, Dubai, for instance, these are facilities available for developers to consider. And it helps people design according to sustainable development plans. Okay, and this is what we need as a country. We really need to ensure that we begin to change our mortgage, mindset. We need to go green. We also need to ensure that we are able to give out, green construction loans out to developers, so that later in the future, if there is an investor from the diaspora market coming in, and he knows that his budget is, let's say, 1 million Ghana cedis, he knows that he could also access some level of finance in order to put up sustainable development projects in the country. Other than that, see, cost is real, and I side with what my fellows have said. Believe you me, if you are not ready to come into real estate, don't try it. That is why we see a lot of uncompleted projects lying all over the place. If you come to East Legon, Cantonment, Kaswa, just name it. There are a lot of uncompleted projects because people did not, bring in experts who give them candid advice and candid opinion of the projects they are coming to, from architecture through to valuers and so on and so forth. Okay, so I believe that if we really want to look at a sustainable future, then we really also need to look at our mortgage trend. Let's not stick to conventional mortgage schemes alone, but we should look at sustainable mortgage avenues that could also help build sustainable future for the real estate market.
Sure. All right. Dr. Jonathan, do you have any point to add to that?
I think I'll just for the purpose of this, I'll say there's only one thing I'll add to the previous point on climate smart cities, and it's that I love that the surveyors have really highlighted the use of passive design methods in achieving, quality indoor house quality, or the environment, the quality of the environment in the house. And one of the biggest challenges that sustainability is having in Africa is that we do not have local frameworks for how we measure what is sustainable or green buildings in a lot of countries. Many of the frameworks we use are imported, like LEED, BREEAM, Green Star, and so on and so forth. Yet there are local experts who are building already smart and green projects. Now, without documentation and policy influence, there's no way we can turn this into large-scale policy or guidelines for other people to adopt across the country. So if someone is coming as an investor, they don't really know what the standard is in Ghana on what is sustainable, what is green. So I think that that's something that a lot of us need to start looking into, and also pushing, for policy changes in Ghana and in each of our local, practices, is to push for standardization, push for local guidelines for what is green, what is sustainable. Let me just leave it at that for now.
Sure. Thank you very much. We have about 5 minutes more to end. I have a lot of questions, and I'm told I have only 5 minutes. So to box on, many people buy properties based on location or emotions. What really determines the property value? What factors do investors often overlook? And I think this is my last but one question. I hope, please, let's keep it brief since our time is almost up. So, Dr. Richard, since you are more into finance, please can you kick start for us? What determines the property value?
Okay, so there are a lot of factors. Okay, but just as you said, I would keep it brief. The land drivers, are one of the main key areas. What kind of land am I buying? Where is it located? What is the demographics of that location? You understand? That plays a huge value when an investor or someone really wants to look at looking into buying a property. Again, the building value itself, which we've already touched on. Listen, a lot of people do not consider the cost that goes into it. And so this is one of the main triggers that people also look at. Okay, if I'm coming into development, what is the cost? What should I consider in terms of, the value of the cost in itself? And how do I amass all my, resources together in order to be able to achieve that project that I ought to? And also, there are a lot of economic values, okay, economic factors that investors also look out for. For instance, an investor would want to consider how stable the local currency is. Okay, so foreign exchange rate, how will that affect the property I'm going to buy and the project I'm coming to do? So for instance, if a developer wants to put up a project and at the time of inception, the value on the project was, let's say, 500,000 Ghana cedis. And due to inflation, 6 months into the project, you realize that the project's value has actually shot into maybe 800,000 Ghana cedis. This really affects and stalls the project over a long period of time. So the market value actually, helps in terms of the economic factors and then also the rental yield. So when a developer or an investor wants to buy or look into buying into a project, they also look at the rental yield. How well is this area, financially good for me to invest, money into the project? And also the appreciation of properties. There are certain areas when you buy projects, when you buy properties, believe you me, the appreciation isn't huge. Okay, over a period of 10 years, you could probably appreciate by 10% or 15%, maximum 20%. But there are some areas that you buy and you realize that, okay, at least on the average, every 2 years, there's an increment of 5% or 10% within those locations. So these are some of the economic factors that also people look out for. Again, investors also look at the risk component. Okay, litigations. Just as our valuers and the engineers have mentioned, believe you me, litigation is real. And so investors also look at, litigation. And so I will keep it here just for the sake of time so that my colleagues can also contribute to that.
Sure. Okay. Sylvia James.
Yes, I think Doc Richard has done justice to this question very well. And as we said, when we want to talk about what people normally overlook about anything, you buy the property and you don't really know what's actually the outgoing, whether the person was more easy. You can have a property that is the yield is that top and it is producing, giving you that income. The moment you change ownership and there's new management, then you see the arrow coming down. Not because the property itself is not, but the lifestyle, like what you are using to service the kind of managerial skill, the kind of people in affairs of managing that property is also another thing. So you can buy the mansion as you want, you can buy the property as you want. It is giving they've shown you the graph that is giving you the peak of how they should be expecting the projection of income. But you ask yourself, am I going to be able to keep the same system that the previous owner was using to run it? You realize that if you are not able to match such system and managerial skills, then you realize that the value, what you thought, by this property, I bought it and I thought I was going to get so much from it. So you have to now look at. So Doc has mentioned about economics, you have mentioned about the property itself, the land, all these things builds up in the value and all those things. The risk that involved, but no, they also look at within yourself, your attitude, your decisions that you are making on the property. So I can tell you that even when we are doing a commercial valuation, we will tell you that in some cases this comparable was like this. Maybe based on that best managerial skills, that practices that they were using. That's why they had this. So if we're able to maintain the same thing, then you are in good hands to also reap the same kind of benefit. So that is what I'll add onto what Dr. Eric has mentioned so far.
Sure. Thank you very much, Sylvia James. Architect Ufusukwache. Okay. Yeah, you're muted. Okay. Please go ahead.
I agree with everything that he said. So
Oh,
I don't think I have any other extra
okay.
addition to this.
All right. Thank you very much. Dr. Jonathan.
So valuation practice is something that also is a bit, there are different divergent approaches across the continent. From what I know, in Nigeria, it is state surveyors that conduct valuation, property valuation. So now I'm hearing from here that in Ghana, land surveyors also conduct property valuation. So you see, those are some of the disparities that you see across the the continent. So,
Ralph, can
but
I
you wanted to say something.
Oh, sorry, Dr. Jonathan. It's not like the land valuation is different from a value or something. If you come to the Ghana Institutional Surveyors, we have, and in Ghana we have just one division or one entity that can conduct valuation. That's the valuation and estate surveying division. Members from that area. Now, as a valuer, we don't have a land valuation. We don't have a building valuation. Land, like the valuer does all these things. So the land valuation is just like a division within the Lands Commission that when we talk about land, land includes both the land and the building. That is why they named it as land valuation. So in the division of the Lands Commission, which is a government entity, they have a board called land valuation, which not just only they value land, but the building itself. So look, they are the same people. We are the same people. We are doing the same thing. That is what we are doing. Yeah.
Oh yes, no, I'm not even in doubt of that. I'm just saying that these are professional differences because we also have land surveyors in Nigeria. Here in South Africa as well, we have land surveyors. We have property valuers here also in South Africa. So there are different professions. But what I was going to actually say with regards to what actually makes property value. One thing that is key to every property is what is the property use. The valuation principles are built on the property use. If it's residential, there's a different approach you would take to your valuation. If it's commercial, there's a different approach. There are also property valuations that is based on compensation for maybe government acquisition. There is valuation based off of maybe the property is a landmark property. So the first thing usually is to look at what is the use of that property. What are the use attributes of that property? So if it's residential, you know that will influence the kind of value it has and even the comparable you choose within, of course, the locational the location of that property. So residential, what is the value of residential property in this area? What are comparables? You also look at the cash flow projections of such properties. If it's rent, that is the income of that property, you look at it as what does the rent projection for the life cycle of this property look like? Those are some of the things you will look at. If it's commercial, you look at what is the also cash flow projection for that commercial property. Some will use an income-based approach to value such property. Like one of the other panelists has talked about how the managerial strategy or approach of a commercial property can determine the cash flow or profit projections of that property, and that will also factor into the valuation of that property. So if you are also fitting into that kind of as an investor, you can learn from such valuation to say, okay, if we follow this approach, we have these income projections and we can use that to say this will be the valuation of this property. So I think those are some of the few things I'll just mention: the use, the location, the income projections. I think those are very important things, and the kind of income that property generates. I think those are important things that inform property value.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Jonathan. Dr. Eric. Sorry, Eric. Okay, I think Eric.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I think for some, let's say for the past 15 minutes, it has been Dr. Eric, Dr. Eric. So because of that, I have to start my doctorate as soon as possible.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Samia. Eric.
I have nothing to say. I have nothing to say to complete my doctorate. Thank you and over.
Okay. Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, it's okay. I have nothing to say. Thank you. I think a lot has been said, and so
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so because of time, I have a lot of questions, but because of time, I'm going to ask my last round of questions, and then we'll end this panel. So to wrap up, what is that single most important insight each of you would like investors, developers, or young professionals to take away today about building, investing, or developing real estate?
Well, once again, from the architectural point of view, I think anytime we are putting up a structure, anytime we decide to, build a house or decide to, enter into real estate, I think we have to think about, we always have to have at the back of our minds the future. We always have to have at the back of our minds that whatever we are putting up should last beyond 10 years. In 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, will this building still stand the test of time? We should be looking at long term instead of just the aesthetics. We should be looking at beyond, okay, I mean, in 10, 15 years, will this building stand? Will it collapse? Will it still serve its function? Will it still serve its purpose? That is what we as developers, we as architects, we as professionals have to look at. And one last thing I'll just add to it is, I mean, cutting corners, of course. I mean, I believe everyone here is a professional, so uh, I don't think it would hit us, or I don't think I'll really redirect it to us. But should in case we ever engage in, putting up structures for our clients, in as much as their budget might not meet the what they would like, as Sabia Eric said, if in case we're putting up a structure or a design, we always have to think about the budget, of course. So one thing I always say is, even in case whatever you're about to put up would devalue the structure, don't even engage in it or advise the client right from the start. So that's just my little input I would want to add up to
Thank
the
you very
yeah the
Sure.
conversation.
Thank you very much, Architect Ofosu Kwache. Yes. Sophia James, you're on mute, so please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Raf. Last time we met, I mentioned something that if you want to, but this around, you see, what I want to add up or is that you don't want to build on with doubts. First of all, the place you are building. Over the past 5 or 3 years, people have gone through hell because they didn't take the best decisions. They didn't consult well. And for that matter, the government or some project have demolished their properties because they were not much more. They didn't pay attention to the law. They didn't pay attention to the issues. I can tell you that, well, if only you pay attention and not as far as you want to build and look into the future, don't look back with the doubt that, if I knew. Because if you don't pay attention to the actual, don't let the location or the fact that you want to invest in this property also elude you from the fact. Just check the document that has been given to you. Someone will go and buy a property and you realize that the property is already running down. The 99 years has run down to about 5 years. They didn't check that. And in the next 5 years, you see that the predecessors or the successors of the one you bought the land from will come to you. Yes, my brother, you have to renew. So it means that that initial investment you made, you are going to make double of that, but you did not take this into consideration. And when that happens and you are not able to pay, then people take everything from you. The investment gone. But imagine if you are paid a little attention to at the beginning to know. That will even help, because to me, if I come to your property to value and I realize that the unexpired term is so low, then you don't have anything. Ralph, tell me, if I come to your property and you have about 6 months on your property and I value that property, in 6 months' time, that mansion sitting on that land, it's nothing, it's zero.
That's true.
If you go to the people and if you don't have the crossing there, now the Land Act asks that you have to do that renewal for them. But those days when there was no, it's not restricted that they should do the renewal, they will take it from you. So please, let's pay attention to professional. Let's pay attention. Let's consult the right people. And that is it. Issues of land and building, all these issues will be a thing of the past. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Sylvia James. Sylvia, Eric.
Yes, thank you very much. I thought maybe you are going to add a doctor. Okay. That is just by the way.
Sure.
I think, as I always say, the real estate is booming. That is what we always say. It is true. Real estate is booming. But to make it more booming for you, your first thing at least, you have to contact the professionals. And then also put it at the back of your mind, there is no cutting of cost. That we have to cut some corners in order for you to get your money or whatever. So I just want everybody to understand that get the professionals involved right from the beginning, the inception to completion of your project. In so doing, you are going to save a lot. If you do not get the professionals involved, then at the end of the day, you are going to put up something claiming it is real estate, but it is not. A lot has been said. So for me, I drum on it, get the professionals involved. And there are a lot of professionals that we should all know. You take right from the architects, the quantity surveyors, you take right from the structural engineers, coming down the geophysical engineers, the valuers, all of them, you should be able to contact and know that the right thing is done at the right time for you. Then your return on investment, you can easily get it. But if we don't do that, I am sorry to tell you that you end up forming an association called the booming one, but we didn't get money from the project. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Dr. Richard.
Okay, Ralph, just to sum it up, okay, I'll look at it from the finance and investment aspect. So what I would say is that real estate should grow or evolve just beyond the mortgage system we have. There are other finance models that people can actually look at. For instance, the rent-to-own concept. I believe that developers can begin to look at financing from, those avenues where tenants, own properties through rent. Okay, that I believe would help, solve the major housing deficits facing the country. Again, there is diaspora co-investment funds available. Okay, just last year alone, Ghana, in remittance from the diaspora market, transacted $6.4 billion in 2024 alone.
Yeah.
Okay, these are funds coming into the country. Imagine if there's a diaspora investment fund available. By the way, that is something my company is currently looking at. That we have moved further, trying to ensure that we discuss with Security and Exchange Commission. Imagine that you have a group of investors that you've put together that are bringing in revenues to help structure certain real estate, financing in the country. Believe you me, developers will move away from the normal conventional mortgage systems, and buyers would also move away from the normal conventional mortgage systems and begin to look at other investment platforms that are available. There are real estate investment trusts available. There are also incremental housing, how do I put it? Incremental housing strategies. Okay, there are institutions that are very structured and have experience in such areas. And I believe that if we begin to spread our tentacles, the focus on the traditional mortgage will dwindle, and it will force traditional mortgage providers to also reduce their interest rate in order to be competitive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richard Safo. Dr. Jonathan, we have you.
Thank you. And not to just repeat a lot of what has been said, I'll also talk finally about the need to think creatively about how we attract financing into the continent and into the market and into particularly Ghana in this case. There is a growing interest in the sustainable green building market. It's still a small thing, but ideally, when we start to think about what really matters to our people, comfort, having comfortable homes, reducing their energy costs, reducing their utility costs, reducing just generally the cost of having habitable dwelling. When we think about it that way, we understand that the demand for sustainable housing or green housing is not just a foreign thing and it's not a luxury concept. Even some of the design systems that have already been used in a lot of African countries are already within the sustainable and green concept, having huge larger windows for lighting and for ventilation, for cross ventilation and things like that. People have been incorporating some of these models. Developers have been incorporating them for years, but we are not tapping into the resources that are available to standardize them and say, this is what green looks like in Ghana, this is what green looks like in Nigeria, and this is what green looks like in South Africa, in Kenya, and so on and so forth. So we need to start using available resources. Like the IFC Edge has a tool called the Edge app, which is used to essentially document your greening process and demonstrate that your property is actually green. And it even allows for the use of local materials, local practices, and things like that. If we can be patient enough to go through the process and document what we are doing, to a different demographic of investors that don't, or it's not like we are not already practicing these things, but they do not know that we're already in that space. We're already doing things to make housing more comfortable for people. So we need to attract those kind of investors by standardization using tools like the IFC Edge app. And for the professionals here, land surveyors, estate surveyors, property managers, investors, and so on, the IFC Edge Expert license is also something that is a resource. I'll say everyone needs to add that to your professional skill sets and your professional portfolio. You need to go through that process, get licensed, so that you can also certify green buildings locally in Ghana. I think that is all. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you very much to you all. Thank you very much, Dr. Richard, Dr. Jonathan, Surveyor James, Surveyor Eric, and Architect Fusukwachi. Thank you very much. I know I know you have a lot to share with us, but then
Right.
we are limited to time. So at this point, I just want to thank you all, and we'll do follow up on the various social media platforms. We'll follow you too. If there are any questions, we'll pick it up from there. Thank you very much, and we appreciate your time for coming on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Terrell.
Thank you, and bye.
Sure. Bye. Okay. We are far behind time. We have our last speaker, our keynote speaker, who is in the person of Benjamin. I won't talk much. I won't say much because we're already behind time, and I'll welcome him to the stage right away. Yep. So we have Ben the Broker, as majority of us know him. Okay.
Hi, Ralph.
Yes. Hello, Ben the broker.
You guys, the time is well spent. I've been here for over an hour. My
we are
laptop
we are
is almost
really we
off.
are really sorry. I won't talk. I won't say anything again. I'll leave the stage
My
for
laptop
you.
is now the problem I'm having is my laptop is almost off, and I'm in the office, so I've asked
Wow.
somebody to bring me my charger. You have the presentation I sent to you, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I
Okay.
think I'll manage with my phone until I have my laptop's charger.
Okay. All right. So I'll pull up your PowerPoint right away. Okay. So I'll leave the stage for you to do your own thing. I'll be back
Okay,
when you're
thank
done.
you. Thank you, Ralph. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ben. I think we are a little bit behind in time. I'll just start with introducing myself. Ralph, are you still there? Hi, Ralph. Okay. So a
Yes,
little bit
I'm at the
of an
backstage.
introduction about
I'm at the
yes.
backstage.
You'd have to stay here because I don't have any control over
Yeah. So just prompt me
the
maybe next, and I'll. Oh, okay. Uh, we lost Soviet. Sorry, we lost. Okay, he's back.
yes. I couldn't hear
Yeah,
you
yeah.
before.
Okay, okay.
So I will just start by introducing myself.
I'll be at the backstage. So when you want me to go to the next slide, just prompt me next,
Okay,
and I'll
okay,
do that.
okay, okay,
All right.
okay. So a little of an introduction about myself. I'm a very simple guy. I'm a licensed real estate broker in Ghana. I'm also the founder of Ben Realty. At Ben what we do is we deal in the acquisition, the land acquisition. We guide our clients to acquire lands. I know in the previous panel, when we talk about land acquisition, the first thing that people think about is litigation and it's a fair point. Most of our courts are overwhelmed by land cases. I think the statistics were saying over 70% of our court cases are land related issues, which is quite troubling. But then at Ben what we do is we guide our clients to get litigation free lands. I know it's a bit of a cliche now because of what has been happening in the sector. But then I think this year we had a client who came to us and then she was claiming that she bought a land 2 years ago and then the court have been postponing her issue, and then now they are telling her that it's next year February and all that. But then we safely guided her to get a land, and then now she's happily building. What we believe in is happy clients means a happy business. We prioritize customer experience at Bendot. We have a team of well-trained professionals who would guide you through the land acquisition process. We are very transparent in our business, in our dealings with our clients as well. We at Bendot, like I said, it's a family. We treat real estate as more than just a transaction. We treat real estate as more of a relationship. So it's just our relation just doesn't end from after we sign the sale and purchase agreement and then you have your intentions and then you are gone. We guide you through the process of everything that has to do with your land and then your buildings and all that. I'm also the executive board member of Ghana Association of Real Estate Brokers, GAREB, and then the Ghana Institute of Real Estate Brokers. The Ghana Institute of Real Estate Brokers is just the educational bit of GAREB. That's the Ghana Association of Real Estate Brokers. I'm the social and organizing secretary. As GAREB, what we do at GAREB is we train professionals in the real estate sector. Our mission is to sanitize the real estate sector, and we've been doing that since 2018. I say 2018 because it's a significant year. I think around that time, real estate in Ghana was trending towards a very bad, I would say, situation. So before the passing of the Real Estate Agency Act, association like ourselves had to step in to make sure that things are done in a professional manner. So we have a group of real estate professionals in Gareb that assist people in acquiring real estate or acquiring or going through the real estate transactions or real estate process. Okay, so and if you're a real estate professional and then you are not part of any association, I would encourage you to also be part of GARA because, like I said, you don't have to be on an island. I always say you don't have to be on an island. You have to be with a governing body who would help you with advocacy, and then you have a voice in the sector as well. Yeah. Okay, so I'll just jump right into our slides for today. So the workshop overview, yes. So today we are going to talk about land acquisition in Ghana. Ralph, if you could kindly go back to the previous session, I would be very much grateful. Yes. So we are talking about land acquisition in Ghana. Now you can move on to the next, please. Yes. So what we are going to talk about is we are going to explore the Ghana's real estate landscape through legal and practical lens. So with land acquisition and then real estate professionals or agents or brokers in the sector now, we are guided by two major acts. That's the Real Estate Agency Act that governs or that regulates the real estate sector or real estate practice in Ghana. And then we also have the Land Act 2020, which talks about all land, the land acquisition process or how land is governed in the country. Please move on to the next slide. Yes, I've spoken a bit about myself. I'm a licensed real estate broker, and then that is my license on the screen. You can go walk into REAC and then you can verify. Now, the beauty about how our sector has been trending into is that we have licensed real estate agents and brokers in the sector. So gone are the days where people would be doing things that are not legal or things that are causing problems in the sector. So now we have a group of licensed real estate brokers, and like I said, in Garib, at least this year alone, we have almost 1/3 of our members licensed at the moment. Yes, so we'll jump right into it. Understanding land acquisition in Ghana. So the Land Act 2020, which is basically an act that came in 2020, was passed in 2020. Before the Land Act was passed, there were multiple acts that were governing how lands or the land acquisition process in Ghana. So the Land Act, what it did was it consolidated all the land laws in the country. Yes. So what the Land Act also does is it defines what a freehold interest is, what a leasehold interest. Hi, Ralph. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. Please go ahead. You still have the stage.
You can hear me, right? Okay. Yes, so my laptop finally went off. Forgive me for that. But I've been in the waiting room for over an hour, so forgive me. Okay, yeah. So the Land Act, like I was saying, it defines freehold, leasehold, and then customary land ownership in the country. What we talk when we talk about what a freehold is, what a leasehold is, and then what a customary land ownership is. It also outlines the roles of lands commission chiefs and family custodians. So previously we had reps from the I think the valuers, the surveyors were talking about how we have a valuation department in the Lands Commission. So yes, the Land Act also talks about the roles that the Land Commission plays in the land ownership or land registration process. Okay, section 12 to 16 of the Land Act. So I also encourage anybody who doesn't have a copy of the Land Act to have a copy of it. The Land Act and the Real Estate Agency Act 2020. At least if you have a copy of it, you can know how some of these processes that we talk about on a daily basis work. So yes, it's from section 12 to 16 talks about the mandates and then due process and registration for valid ownership. So one thing that I always tell people is registration is always important. You know, registration puts the legal stamp in the land that you are going to purchase or the land that you are going to acquire. So when you buy a land, you are given an indenture, right? The indenture is just a show of possession. So the owner of the land has, let's say, giving you the right to possess a portion or if the entire land that they own. So registration of the land at the Lands Commission is what puts a legal stamp. So now your land is no longer just a land that you possess, but then it's something that's also legally recognized by the government of Ghana. Yes. So buyers should always engage licensed brokers and legal advisors for verification and safety. I think previously one of our surveyors were talking about in the previous panel, they were talking about how verification is always important. And then I like the fact that he also mentioned that verification is not just at the Lands Commission, but then you have other sectors that you also have to look at. That is at the assemblies, the land use and spatial planning, which basically determines whether the purpose of the land or the whether the land is a mixed use, whether it's a residential purpose, it's supposed to be used for a residential purpose, or it's supposed to be used for a residential purpose or a commercial purpose. You know, most people don't pay particular attention to this, and then they go ahead and purchase land, and then they realize that, oh, this particular property that I purchased, I had the aim to use it for, let's say, commercial property, and now I'm building, and then the assembly is refusing me a permit to build. You see, so these are things that you always have to look for before you go ahead and then you purchase land. So that is why it's always essential to involve a professional or a licensed broker or an agent in the transaction. Ralph, please, the next slide. Yes. So the legal process of buying land. So the Land Act 2020, which is the Act 1036, it talks about at section 98 to 102. It talks about how you conduct a search at the Lands Commission for ownership verification. So that's the first thing that you also have to look at. So you confirm the ownership of the land through the Lands Commission. So I like now the Lands Commission is moving into a position where they can use you can all sit in the confines of your home and then conduct a search. You don't have to, you just have to get a surveyor and then pick the site and then you put it into their system and then you can get the search results over that property. And then the second part is you confirm authenticity with traditional authorities. Yeah, so every land in Ghana has it's either a family land or a stool land. So or a state land as well. We have state land, stool land, family land. So you always have to confirm the authenticity with the traditional authorities involved in the said area that you are buying the land from. You also have to obtain a site plan and validate survey details. So like I said, you always have to get a professional involved, which as professionals, we have a group of surveyors that we work with. So our surveyors will just go onto the land and then they pick the site and then run a search on the land. So another thing that people overlook is you don't rely on the site plan of the seller. You see, when you're buying a land from, say, you're buying a land from Bendot, you don't come to us and tell us to give you a site plan to go and conduct a search. You always have to try to hire your own surveyor or your broker. When you involve your agent or your broker has to make sure that they go there with their own personal surveyors to pick the coordinate of the land that you are buying. It's very important. You don't just rely on the seller's site plan, because the site plan, it just shows you, it's just a piece of paper that shows you a plan of a land. So it might necessarily not be the particular land that you are buying. So it's always best to go there with your own surveyor. They have machines that machines that they use to pick up the coordinates of the land, and then you can have an accurate result over that property. The fourth thing that you should also look at is it's sign a sale and lease agreement with witnesses. It's always important to sign a sale and purchase agreement. When you're dealing with professionals, one thing that they always say, oh, come to the office and sign a sale and purchase agreement. It's always important. When you're dealing in any land or any real estate transaction, another important part of it, the process, is you have to sign a sale and purchase agreement. It's always important. And then the sale and purchase agreement, if you have a legal advisor, they would make sure that there are also witnesses in the sale and purchase agreement to witness the transaction. It's always very, very important. You don't just pay and then you just think that, oh, you have ownership over the land. The sale and purchase agreement states the land that you're buying, the size, the payment terms, and then any other information that may be relevant to the transaction. Also, the fifth thing is you register and secure land title certificate. This is done at the Lands Commission. Like I said, this is the legal stamp on the land or the property that you are purchasing. When you buy it and you have your indentures, that is not all. You always have to take the extra step to go to the Lands Commission to acquire your land title certificate. And the land title certificate, one thing is it's not functioning in all the regions in Ghana. I believe it's just the Greater Accra region, the Ashanti region, and certain parts of Winneba. The Lands Commission is yet to extend it to the eastern regions and then the Bono regions and all the other regions. But then when you're buying a land, or when you buy a land in Accra, you always have to take the extra step to get a land title certificate. So failure to follow these steps may void ownership claims. Like I said, if you have just an indenture is just a show of possession. I think previously what the landowners, the bad ones, what they were doing when they realized that you don't have any professional involved, and then they see you as you are naive, and then you have no information about how to acquire land safely in Ghana, they can do double sales, because now when a search is run on the piece of property, they will realize that your name still doesn't appear, or your transaction that you previously did, doesn't appear in the records of the Lands Commission. So it gives them the let's say the loophole to go ahead and then sell the property to somebody else, because an indenture, they can print the indenture as many times as they want. So going further to register your interest at the Lands Commission is very, very important. Please move on to the next slide. Yes, so we also talk about title deeds and leaseholds. Okay, so title, like I said, I've been mentioning what a title certificate is. Like, is a proof of legal ownership that is done at the land title division in the Lands Commission. Indenture, like I've been mentioning, is a transfer document between a buyer and seller. So I believe I'm in the office. Next time I would have a copy of an indenture to show people. So an indenture can be a deed of conveyance, or let's say a deed of lease, or say a gift, or that is the green sheet that normally when you buy a land, they give you. That's the first thing that a seller would give you after you purchase a land in Ghana. There's the green. Sometimes it comes in different colors, but it's the first official document that a seller would give you. Yes, and then leasehold is a right to use a land for 50 to 99 years, especially on stool land. So for leaseholds, for diaspora or non-resident Ghanaians, for a leasehold, you have a maximum of 50 years. You can't get more than that. For a Ghanaian, you have a maximum of 99 years. That's not to say you buy a property and you have 70 years. You can get 70 years, but the maximum that you can get on a leasehold is 99 years. So now, the Land Act 2020 took away the the opportunity for people to own freehold lands, unless you are a member of the family, or say the entire freehold that the person owned. Let's say I owned one plot of a freehold land. I can transfer the whole one plot to you, but I can't sell half of the freehold. So that is what the other changes that the new Land Act made, or provision that it made in the act. Okay, so registration transforms possession into legal recognized ownership, like I've previously said. So registration of the land at the Lands Commission, it transforms your possession of the land, that is your possession of an indenture or your possession of or your payment of a land, into a legally recognized ownership by the government of Ghana. Ralph, please move on to the next slide. Yes. So I would also like to talk about the common risks and fraud and ways that you can prevent fraud with land acquisition in Ghana. So this can be found in the Land Act section 256 to 262. So it talks about the double sale, like I mentioned earlier, or false representation as a criminal offense. So double selling, if you're a seller, and you sell to dual or two different people, that is a criminal offense in the new Land Act. And then unapproved layouts and fake documents are common fraud types. So if you are buying a land in Ghana, one thing you should always look out for is the site plans. We have two different types of site plans, right? We have a barcoded site plan, and then we have the normal one. But even with the normal site plans, the surveyor that you are dealing with, or let's say the broker that you are dealing with, they have licensed surveyor that they work with. They always have to have a stamp of a licensed surveyor. If your site plan, one way to check if the document that somebody possess, it's part of the due diligence process. You always have to check for the stamp on the site plan. I think most people also overlook these things. They see the indentures or the indentures, and they think that that is it. You always have to check if a licensed surveyor or the stamp of a licensed surveyor on the site plan. If it's a barcode, you always have this QR code at the back of the site plan, which you can scan, and then you give you information about a little bit of information about the land. Yes. And also buying from unauthorized individuals invalidates transactions. So another thing that you should also look at to prevent fraud or to cater for the risks involved in buying lands is you always have to buy from authorized people. So if you are buying from vendors, what we do is we always show you a proof, or let's say an authority note to sell the property. So if you are not dealing directly with the landowner, you always have to ask for, say, an authority note, or let's say an agency note, something that authorizes them to be, let's say, mediators of the transaction. It's something that you don't have to overlook. You don't just say, oh, this person took me to the land, so they are asking me for this particular money, and then you go ahead and then you give them the money. That is a transaction that is void. You have to go buy from authorized people. So it's either they give you their broker's agreement for you to look at, and you are in your right to ask for the broker's agreement, because you are selling the land. So providing a broker's agreement or an agreement or a document that states that you have the right to sell the land shouldn't be hard for you. Yes. Okay. And another thing that you should always look at is always verified ownership at the Lands Commission, which we've talked about. You deal only with licensed brokers and lawyers. You see, now, since the passing of the Real Estate Agency Act 2020, it talks about how real estate transaction can only be done by licensed brokers and then agents. And then this year, we are happy to announce that the Real Estate Agency Council has started licensing real estate professionals. So when you are dealing with a real estate professional, you can always ask for their real estate broker's license number, which at the beginning of my presentation, you saw my broker's number over there. If you visit a broker's office, the law states that their license, a certified true copy of their license, should be displayed at their place of office. So it should always be in their place of office. So when you get to their office, you always have to ask for their REAC license number or their REAC license certificate. It's something that they can provide. And if you are dealing with a Garib member, Garib members have ID cards, and they are also, we have a website that you can also go on to. You ask for their name, you put in their name, and then you will find results. If they are members in good standing, you see. So these are things that you don't don't have to overlook. You only deal with the a licensed broker or a licensed agent or lawyers. And another thing that people also forget is lawyers also, they have to constantly be renewing their licenses. There are certain people that say certain professionals in law that walk around and then say the fact that they had their license 5 years ago doesn't mean they are still licensed lawyers as at now. You always have to confirm if they are members or they are professionals in good standing. It's also very, very important. Okay. And another major thing is you avoid cash payments without formal receipts. So what we do at Bendot is we avoid cash payments entirely, because now everybody is going digital. And then if you come to my office now and then you decide to give me cash, I don't see how that is beneficial to me. You can just walk around the corner and then call somebody else to come for the money from the office. So we try as much as possible to avoid cash payments. Everything has to make through the bank. And what that does is it prevents terrorist financing and all these rules that the FIC has in place. Some people too are politically exposed, and then they have these illicit money, and then they feel like they can just dump into real estate. Most people don't know. Very, I think a couple of years ago, Ghana was on the grey list, and these are all some of the situations or the things that were going on in the sector that weren't helping the situation. So they assessed that and then they put us on the grey list. So we decided, or the Real Estate Agency Act decided that, look, cash payments should be avoided entirely, so that when somebody has an illicit money and then they feel like they can just dump into real estate, it's something that if you pay through the banking system, it's easily traceable, and we can avoid, or we can curb some of these corruptions and then other things related to money laundering. Ralph, please move on to the next slide. Yes. So I would like to also talk about red flags in land acquisition. So when you are buying a land, there are things that you always have to look out for, or things that somebody can do, even if you are not involved in a broker. You can see and then you realize that, oh no, this particular thing is a red flag. I have to move away from this particular deal. So Lands Act and Real Estate Agency Act 1047, it talks about some of these red flags. So sellers who can't produce original documents, you are buying the land from somebody who is claiming that the land belongs to them, and then they can't produce their documents that states that they own the property. That is a major red flag. They have to have, because every land in Ghana has, if ownership, every ownership in Ghana, or every land ownership in Ghana has to have a legal or a written document that states that this particular individual is the owner of the land. If they are unable to provide you the original documents that legitimizes them as the owners of the land, you have to see that as a red flag. And then on unusually low prices or quick sale pressure, when you are dealing with an owner and then they keep pressuring you, oh, this, I need the money for something, this is a quick sale, and then all these things, you always have to pay particular attention to such deals. That's not to say that people don't consciously reduce their prices to get quick sales, but then when you are dealing with such a transaction, you always have to pay a second look at that transaction, because that is another avenue that people use to fraud people in land acquisition in the country. So if, say, you are buying land from cantonment, you know how much prices and or the range of prices in the lands in cantonment, and this particular person is telling you that the price that they are giving you is so good to be true. You don't always have to jump into the idea, oh, this particular deal, I don't have to let it pass me by. No, you always have to pay a second eye to it to make sure that that is the right thing that you are doing. Okay. And then family or chieftaincy dispute over land. So this is also a common thing that happens with land in Ghana. So family and chieftaincy issues. So you have, say, a family head. Every land has a signatory, right? You have family heads that, and then they have mostly they have let's say 2 or 3 people that authorize indentures, or they are the ones that are signatories to every land that the family sells. But then there's this uncle somewhere else that is challenging, let's say, the authority of the family, and then you have to look at those things. If you have a land that you go on to, the moment you go onto the view and then you realize that the uncle came by and then he's talking about the family, another family member, about how they are not supposed to be selling the land, that is a land that you should try and move away from. Yes, and another thing is about the unapproved site plans that I talked about, and the no access route. You know, I always tell my clients that every land in Ghana should have an access route. We have a master plan for every city. You see, the assemblies have that, and every land that is supposed to be sold has an access route. So if you are involved in a land transaction that has no, if you ask the person, oh, where is the entrance to this particular land, and then they are giving you stories, and then you come and break this particular, you should realize that that particular property, or that particular landed property, is not meant to be sold, or it's a road or something. I think 4 years ago, there was a particular transaction like that that I dealt in. I this landowner approached me about how he wanted to sell his land, and then I went there and I asked him, okay, so where is the access route? And then he started giving me stories about how somebody else built on a road and all that. And I was like, look, where your property is, it doesn't look like it's even a land that you're supposed to sell. It looks like this rather is the road. And then he was trying to challenge me over all that. So we had to settle that at the land use and spatial planning. We had to move on to the planning department at the division, and then they told us this particular land. They did their tracings, and then they realized that the land was actually in the middle of a road. So you always have to look out for access routes. The first thing that when you go visit the land, ask for the access route and then assess it to see if the access route actually makes sense. If you have any confusion over it, we have consultants that you can see that we can help you with some of the people that you have to see to make sure that what you are buying is not actually in the middle of the road, or it's not a buffer that is not supposed to be sold. And then site plans that are not approved, like I said, every site plan is supposed to be approved by a licensed surveyor. There are, when you are dealing with somebody who is presenting a site plan which is not approved, you always have to see that as a red flag. So prevention tips, you have to verify with the Lands Commission. We've talked about that. You have to consult a lawyer and a licensed broker, which is also very important. You don't engage in any real estate transaction without involving a legal practitioner or a licensed broker. Always get written agreements and receipts. Like I said, every land or every agreement that you do in real estate has to be written. Gone are the days where you go under a tree and then they give you oral ownership of these lands, and then you go to court and then it becomes an issue. You always have to request for a written agreement so that when anything is to come up, you have something to show for. Please move on to the next one. Yes. So importance of involving a licensed broker or an agent. So, like I said, the Real Estate Agency Act 2020 talks about how only licensed agents and brokers may be should be the ones to legally facilitate property transactions in the country. What happens is, because these brokers and these agents are regulated by a governing body, so in case there is any issue, you have somebody to report to. So you always try as much as possible to deal with a licensed agent or a licensed broker. And then we've already talked about how you can verify the license, or how you can verify the certification of a license of an agent or a broker. So the Real Estate Agency Council, like I said, it regulates the professionals and then ensures that these professionals are held accountable for their actions. Yes. Okay, so you working with licensed brokers protects you from fraud, like we've mentioned, because these brokers and agents are supposed to answer for every transaction that they do in the country. And then it ensures that these individuals also have legal practitioners that they work with. and then it ensures legal compliance, and then it guarantees professionalism. So these individuals are highly trained, and then they have they are professionals in their sector, and then this is not a situation where you'll be dealing with somebody that doesn't even know what they are doing, or they have no idea about whatever they are doing. You are guaranteed to be working with a professional who has been well trained, and then can lead you to a secure, a safe, and a very safe transaction. Ralph, please move on to the next one. Investment opportunities in real estate. Yes, so we can't talk about acquiring properties in Ghana and not talk about some of the emerging markets or growth corridors in the country. So now, on the Adenta stretch, from the N4, the Adenta stretch, that's the road from the Adenta barrier to Dodua. I think that road is undergoing a major construction. So now the trend is we are having a lot of requests in those areas. So those areas are seeing a lot of growth because of the road expansion. Ghanaians are always very sensitive to some of these road expansion. The moment they hear that the road is being done, people want to move into those areas. So we have places like the Adenta areas, that is the Adenta to Dodua area, the Ashiyes, the Amanfros, the Amrehia, the Uibi, and then to Dodua, that stretch. It's undergoing that's a major emerging market now that people should be looking to invest into. So if you are into land banking, these areas are places where you should be looking into. You don't wait for the road to be done, and then these prices are now the market has adjusted to the prices, and now you can't make much out of these investments. And then the Katamanso stretch. So Katamanso is somewhere that has also seen a lot of growth over the years, because I believe the road from airport to Katamanso is all tarred throughout. And like I said, Ghanaians are very sensitive towards how accessible these properties or these lands are. So lands in Katamanso, that is from Ashaliboche School Junction all the way towards Katamanso, and that road can also be used to Tema. So, and it can also be used to link back to the Adenta Dodua road. So that area has seen a lot of development, a lot of growth over the years, and now land over there are selling around 500,000. But 2 years, 3 years ago, I can say with authority, those lands were like 50,000, 100,000 thereabouts. But then since the road from that school junction to Katamanso stretch was done, there's been a lot of growth over that year, over those areas. And then I talked about how the Adenta stretch, that's the OEB. OEB is also seeing a major growth now because of the road expansion over that year. And then Amansaman, the Pokease Amansaman areas as well. And now I believe another thing, I'll leave a little tip. Another thing that people should also be looking at, another area people should be, is the Cape Coast stretch. Now from Accra, from Kaswa to Cape Coast, the road is being done. So now I'm seeing a lot of people moving towards those areas. I'm getting a lot of requests in those areas because, like I said, Ghanaians are very sensitive towards road expansion. So I believe before they started constructing that road, when I'm moving from Accra to Cape Coast, it was taking me about 2.5 minutes from Accra to Cape Coast. From the Greater Accra region to the Central region. And the Central region, like I said, this is a place where when the diasporans move into the country, they like to visit. So it's a very good tourist site that people like to, because it has the castles and then all these other traditional establishments in the area. So the Cape Coast, the Accra to Cape Coast stretch is somewhere that would also see a major growth let's say, in the next 2 to 5 years. It's somewhere that people should be looking to invest into. So some of the investment that you can also engage in is the land banking for appreciation in those areas, especially the Accra to Cape Coast stretch. It's somewhere that people should be looking into, because I see there's a major trend over that particular area. And then mixed use and then eco-friendly projects. Like I said earlier, lands are either for residential, commercial, or mixed use. So the highest form of investment that you can make in the land is when you buy a mixed use land. Now, this particular land can either be used for a residential or commercial. Now, I have this client of mine who is buying a property, and then she's complaining about how they are restricting her to a residential. The land is supposed to be used for a residential purpose, and I'm trying to explain to her how that is the zoning in the area. That is, it has nothing to do with the landowners. If anything, if the landowners decide to go contrary to what the law is saying, they would be found out by the law. So you always have to look into investing in mixed use properties. When you do your searches, your various due diligences, make sure that if the land is a mixed use, obviously it gets into the price as well. But then you should always be looking at getting lands like that, because those lands are some land, or they are investment that would help you get a lot of appreciation out of. And then eco-friendly projects as well, diaspora-backed housing and rental development. I think read I saw a research or a statistic that 60% of Ghanaians live in rented properties. So rental in Ghana is a major thing in Ghana. People, and not almost half of the population, or more than half of the population, rent properties. Not a lot of people own their own houses. So it's something that, if you want to invest in the country, it's something that you should be looking into. So you look at these emerging markets, places where there's a major road construction over, you get land over there, and then you build these apartments. You will have people trooping in, and it's a very good investment for you. So engage a licensed broker and verify developers for all transactions. The importance of this cannot be understated. Ralph, please move on to the next one. Yes. So tips for aspiring investors: verify every document under the Land Act 1036. That's go to the Lands Commission and verify every document. Confirm your agent's REAC license under the 10 Act 1047. It's very important. Like I said, every licensed broker is supposed to display the certified true copy of their licenses in their office. So when you get to their office, always ask for their REAC license or their REACT title, their REACT certificate. They should be able to provide you with that. So you confirm that. And then if you want to take an extra step, you can visit the website of REACT, or you can move into their offices at cantonments and then verify the agent or the broker that you are dealing with. You also start small, but focus on title land. I think we didn't talk about title land, but then title lands are basically the safest. That's the highest form of interest that you can have in a land. That's when you have a title certificate. So if you are looking to get into real estate, or if you are aspiring to be an investor, it's something that you should be looking into. You start small, but then you look into getting title lands for now. That's not to say some title lands are not litigated. There are some title lands that are litigated, but then the risk of finding that a title land is litigated is very low. So if you're an aspiring investor, you should always be looking into securing a title land that protects your investment. And then you check the zoning and infrastructure plans. Like I said, it's part of the due diligence process. The zoning is always important. So if you are looking to invest, it's something that you should be looking at. Like I mentioned previously, that mixed use, you always have to try to prioritize lands that are mixed use. That is the zoning of the area. So every area in Ghana has a zone. Some can be used for commercial, some can be used for purely residential, and then some are mixed. So you should be looking into, if you want a higher, let's say, return on your investment, you should be looking at securing lands that are misused. Also diversify your holdings, commercial, residential, and then mixed use. Yes. Ralph, please move on to the next one. Legal reminder, compliance, and accountability both have to reinforce due diligence. It's due to the importance of due diligence cannot be overstated. You always have to do your due diligence. The law talks about how, if you fail to do your due diligence, the transaction that you are engaged in can be can be voided, because now if there's any issue on the land, what you'd be asked for is the first question that they would ask you for is, do you have a search result over the land, or what is the necessary due diligence you did over the land? So you don't just see a land and then you go ahead and pay for it. You have to conduct your due diligence. That is why you have to involve a licensed broker or a licensed agent, so that they can get all these jobs, and then you can sit in the confines of your home stress free and then acquire your land or acquire your property. So the Land Act 1036 protects ownership through registration and prohibits double sales. Like I said, what was encouraging double sales before was that there was the land title division wasn't set up yet. So, or the land title division wasn't set up yet. So there was, people found an opportunity to be doing double sale, because an indenture, like I said, is just a piece of paper that shows that they've, let's say it's just a paper that shows that they've transferred or the said property or the said portion of the land to you. But then there was nothing to base on, or there was nowhere, it's nothing that could show that, okay, this has moved on from this particular situation, because what the title does is for you is you have a barcoded site plan, which I mentioned earlier, that it has a QR code at the back that you can look at or you can scan, that will give you a limited number of information that you need, or you can move on to the land title, the lands commission to run a search over the land. But then because there was nothing, the division wasn't set up yet. Now people were giving out indentures to double, because they could just sell the land and then give you an indenture. Somebody else would come, they will sell the land and give them the indenture. An indenture can be printed as many times as possible. But then a title certificate, the moment it's issued to a person, that is the highest form of interest that a person has. So if anybody wants to do a title over that said land, they would have to take it up with the Lands Commission. Now, if the Lands Commission goes ahead and issues a title certificate for two people, that is a problem, because there's already a recorded transaction. So unless the previous holder of a title certificate is the one giving ownership to the new owner, that cannot be done. So that is why it's always important to register your interest in the land and not just hold on to the indentures and say that you own a land or you own a landed property in the country. So yes, and the Real Estate Agency Act 1037 criminalizes unlicensed brokerage activity. So now we are moving into a situation where when you deal with, or let's say an agent or a broker who is not licensed, if they engage in a real estate or a brokerage activity, or an agency, any real estate agency activity, they can be criminalized. So the act talks about all these penalty units, and then some of them can be put behind bars as well. So these laws work together to safeguard the real estate ecosystem in the country, protecting buyers, sellers, and then brokers alike. Yes. Ralph, please move on to the next one. Yeah, so I believe that is the last one. If you have any questions, because our time is well spent, I have a retract meeting that I also had to rush into, but then that is the situation that we are in now. So if you have any questions, you can contact me on any of the social media platform, Ben the Broker. On in LinkedIn, you can type Ben the Broker, you can search my name, Benjamin Oswajman. You would have results. You can ask me any question that you have to ask me. My email is also co@ben.realty.com, or you can send an email to the office, info@ben.realty.com. Our website is ben.realty. Our office is off the Adenta Aviation Road. Yeah, so that is the end of our presentation for today. I don't know if you have questions. We have any time to take one or two questions, but then if there are no questions, then we can draw curtains to this, because Ralph, you've already taken much of my time. I'm late for my retract meeting.
I'm really sorry about that. What is saying? I want to say a very
I
big
can't
thank
hear
you.
you, Ralph.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Hold on. I'm using my phone, so I'm having a bit of a challenge. Hold on.
Okay. Okay. All right. So that was okay. All
Yes,
right.
I can hear you.
Yes. So I'm saying that I'm sorry about that, and all the same, I want to say a very big thank you for being patient with us and also still delivering all the key information that you have for us today. We really appreciate that.
You are welcome. You are welcome.
Sure.
The time is the only problem. Now I'm late for my retract meeting, and then
I'm
they will
I'm
tell me
really
I don't
sorry.
come for meetings on time.
I am really sorry about that. I take full responsibility for that, and I'm sorry too.
Don't worry. It's
Okay.
all part of the job.
Sure. All right.
Okay.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much, Ben the broker. That was okay. All right. So thank you very much, Ben. That was Ben, Benjamin Ajiman, sorry. Yeah, Benjamin Ajiman. Want to say a very big thank you. At this point, we've come to the end of the Real Estate Futures Summit. Thank you to all our speakers. God being so good. Each and everyone showed up, and we really appreciate you all. It's been a successful event. Also, sorry for running out of. We've gone beyond the time that we allocated. We appreciate each and everyone and for being part of this year's Real Estate Future Summit. Like we always do, there's one last session for the real estate workshop, which will happen on the 12th of this month. That's 12th December. We will push out the information on our various social media platforms, so you can follow us on our various social media platform, and you get all the information. At this point, also, I want to thank our partners, Global Startup Ecosystem and Ghana Tech Summit as well. We say a very big thank you for your support every day, every time. Had it not been you, I wonder how we'll be able to bring this amazing summit and workshop that has happened over the year to our audience. To our speakers, we say thank you. I can't thank you. I don't know what to say to thank you, but all I can keep saying is yeah, you are done. Yeah, you are done for showing up for us and imparting the knowledge into us. And to the audience too, I once again say thank you for being with us. And we look forward to bring you more and better series of our workshop. That's the coming years. And till then, I don't have much to say, but if I'll be on, I just have to thank you, or I just have to keep saying thank you. So yes, we, like I said, we have one last session for the workshop, and make it a point to join us. And I know you are going to learn. We'll come back once again next year, 2026. Until I see any of you again, if I don't see any of you before Christmas, then happy Christmas and happy New Year to you too. All right, thank you very much, and it's great having you all. See you.
It's an opportunity for you to learn about the opportunities within the real estate sector, and it's brought to you by the Global Startup Ecosystem, Interim Group, and the Ghana Tech Summit.
People think that real estate or owning a property is just for those who are rich or the wealthy, or let me say the first class. So far as you have made up your mind that you want to own a piece of the earth or own a property, it's a gradual step. I always say the best investment now, if you have liquid investment, try get the land also. For land, it's appreciates, but property, like a house, an office place, it depreciates.
The land administration system is very complex in Ghana here, but it all boils down to the fact that you need to pay attention. Where you want to buy a land from anyone, the first point of view is where are you buying the land from, your location. Then you now have to do your due diligence to understand who owns the land beyond the document or the site plan that has been given to you by the owner. What then you have to go behind that person and then do your research.
we just keep saying that materials are expensive, but we don't really look at exactly how is this affecting us.
Let's not allow the money to lead us, but let the competence that we have, the service that we provide, speak for us.
Educate yourself. Learn as much as you possibly can about real estate investment in Ghana, if that's your goal. Grow where you are planted. Real estate is about leaving a legacy for those who come after us.
Financial modeling is big. It's not 1+1, and it's not something you sit on a spreadsheet and do.
You don't have to start big. You just have to start small. You just have to start gradually.
When you don't have access to the right information, fear and doubt can set in, or maybe you're listening to the stories of others who are not successful. If you're not very strong in that resolve, maybe you won't last.
Before the coming force of the Real Estate Agency Act, the industry was like a city without a wall. Anyone can just come in, practice as a broker or an agent, and just go away. They have nothing to lose. You can't trace them.
In order to be a professional, there are certain things that you don't have to do. If we decide, we are professional, then we still go, because the easier thing to do is not to be professional enough and do some of these things, because you'd gain more. But then in the long run, we are losing, because when the system becomes so bad, we all lose in the long run. So even though it might not necessarily affect you in the short run, it will affect you in the long run.
Some of the factors that constitute pricing of properties is that one is we look at the location, the closeness to certain amenities, and then we also look at what is inside a property.